What's going on, everybody? Hello, hello. You know who it is. It's your guy right here, Logic. Co-hosting with me today is
You
Ghostin.
already know. As you already know, this is TMA, so we got 4v4, four persons on each team, going at it with each other. Hey, first of all, shouts out to Paladins DAO. Shouts out to Speedify, GG Chronicles, and Games.gg. Thank you very much for sponsoring this wonderful tournament that's about to happen and all the wonderful prizes that came into this tournament. Team
Virtuous.
Virtuous is just pounding on them right now.
Yeah.
Xborg is about to push this through all the way. Almost like they're playing against bots, but they're not. The double
Man.
alt on the team to clear him out and wipe him out was just disgusting right now. GG, Team Xborg. Xborg is almost to Virtuous Gate, and it looks like this is going to be another quick game on their side over here.
Their
And
Tesla
it looks like
kills the
GG,
enemy
game
Tesla.
over. I like how they're playing together. You know, they're not separating. They're not going off on their own solo mission. If they, if they have to regroup, they fall back, regroup. They wait for the whole team to come and they push together. Oh, the gates are closing in. The gate is closing in. Can Ronin hold it off right here and allow for the gate to come in and close in and win this game? Let's see.
I mean, it's going down to the last few seconds here, man. I mean, it seems like Team Ronin may be getting
let's
through.
Go, baby. Team
And
Ronin,
Team
baby.
Ronin
GG, baby.
Takes
Team Ronin on the way.
match. Hard, guys, to play Nightcore. Like, you gotta get that assassin mentality, but it seems like
wait a minute, we killed the Nightcore. Where is she? We know she's
Yep.
around somewhere. So now, oh, there we go.
and
There
the
we go.
gate. Yep, the gate ended up moving. You need to have
Wait for it to
LOS,
work.
line of
Oh
sight.
no.
The Zulu ult just killed three enemy players.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
again, dude, GG Chronicles just going hard. Another
are
team wipe. Kind
Devil
of
turrets come in big time. Like, hey, if you guys think that Day is OP, Devil turrets are OP. It's still in the center, baby, which is good. It's good. That's good. That's where they want to be. Oh,
the 1v1 Pyro versus Pyro.
yes.
Win
That Club
this.
Pyro tried to be slick and come in with a flank, but unfortunately he got roasted like a marshmallow.
I see it too. GG Chronicles
Oh,
slowly pushing their way
nice
up,
ball.
inching in.
Oh, the gate's coming in.
Gate's
Snack
coming
Club's
in.
gate is coming in. The cart's pushing.
Oh.
GG Chronicles pushing it through.
And I don't know if you guys saw there, but one small thing that Xborg did really well is that they, like, one pick, like they went down, they all ran away. And they all waited for the regroup. And now look, exactly what they're doing. Gets down Lex, Aussie is down, that
Oh,
is
this
huge.
might be a good-
Visions needs to push here. Visions needs to push here super hard.
Oh man.
Get that momentum, and they
They need to
do
get
get
that
the
last
momentum.
kill.
Team Vision's looking,
Yeah, they're a little separated.
yeah, they're a little separated, and they got punished for it. Again,
GG's, baby.
GG's. Xborg
Xborg
won.
coming in with the win, baby. Like he's trying to do the ult behind the wall and thinking he's gonna stun them behind the wall, but that's not how the ultimate works.
Yeah.
You have to be
Well,
in that area
Xborg is
range.
gonna go through. Xborg was able to push,
Ooh,
and Xborg won the game.
2-0. The heals though, the heals is crazy right
heals.
now. Oh,
And
good
there's the
stun.
Day ult. Huge stun from Mute, but they need to keep pushing. Ronin needs to keep pushing this and get it even further, you know? Team
Oh
Ronin
my
right
God,
now is
those
looking
orbs.
like... Yeah, Team Ronin
Oh.
with the Zulu ult does take the riot. And Team Ronin now pushing. They have momentum.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. It's almost a full team wipe.
Team Ronin with Chief on the Zulu, getting that focus fire, man. Like,
The ultimate
Little Panther
sacrifice
gets the
kill.
kills.
Let's go. And let's go.
Team
GG,
Ronin.
Team Ronin, baby.
Team Ronin just went through. the
Team
devil.
Ronin is destroying stuff right now, man. Looking stronger than ever. Can they
GGC,
stand?
you guys gotta get on there.
Great
GGC,
wall
like,
from Muke right there to hold them off. Oh,
and the ulti
And then the
hits
stun.
day. Oh no, GGC will end up losing.
oh, GGC. No.
And they here, Mr. Zeno is getting
Oh,
that
there we go.
ground.
Oh, two people down from their team. Oh, looks like it's gonna be a team wipe here. Yep,
Team wipe.
full complete team
And-
wipe here. But
Yeah, I mean,
hey, that's it. They're looking
Xborg's playing
strong.
tight.
Xborg is looking real strong. Oh, their Zulu goes down. Their day
Chief
goes
with
down.
the triple kill. And Team Ronin's looking like they're getting in a bit of trouble. Will they be able to hold them off? With the big Zulu ult from Chief gets a double kill. This is the time.
I don't know, man. I think Mooke might take MVP here for most damage. Oh my god, here we go. Ooh, double stun off the day ult right here. This is what I was talking about here. When you get down and both gates are in here and it's like everything goes right here. Oh, and what is it? Is that Team Ronin?
Yep, I believe
Team Ronin
so.
for the win? Let's go. Team Ronin for the win.
Yeah, I mean, Team Ronin, it seems like they're getting some stuff done here, but Chief from Team Ronin does get the pick onto the enemy Tesla,
there.
and Big Boy drops the Zulu ult.
This is a win for Xborg. This is a win for Xborg right here.
Let's go. Oh, the games, baby. Whew.
The games, and we go into game number
so
2
close.
with Team Xborg going and taking it into a 1-1 even Steven.
Big Boy had to fall way back there and is back in there now. And there's the double kill. There's the triple kill from Muke. Should get blown up here, but he gets the heal. Massive heal.
Oh, Tesla with the heals.
Yeah, Team Ronin here needs to regroup, make sure that they can.
Huge! That was huge. He hit them both. That was huge from Nate. If Ronin comes in there.
Yep. Oxy's down, Tesla's down.
Huge.
So Team Ronin got both
Their day was stuck in the wall. Their day was stuck in the wall. He can't do anything.
Is looking to end this game.
Let's
and
go.
It goes
Look
to
at Chief over there, 360. Day 1 champions, Ronin. Let's go. GG's to the Ronin squad.
day. And this is the leaderboard. Of course, we've got Ronin on top with 10 points as they were able to win the Machines Arena matches yesterday, and followed up by Xborg right behind them, GG Chronicles as well, and so on and so forth, with Virtuous being the last team on the board.
And the fact that all of them are, of course, very, very close in standing, I think lends itself to what you were saying, right? The fact that anything can happen on this day number 2, right? Anything can happen. Anyone can get out there. And I think that makes it so much fun. With these point systems, of course, one team we will be playing throughout an entire tournament, and Counter-Strike 2 here today, everything can get flipped on its head. So I hope to see some crazy action, and I hope to see some awesome fun as well. Of course, we wouldn't be here today if we didn't have our amazing sponsors giving us a what for, I guess, is the best way to put it. We have an amazing squad of people really making it possible for us to go ahead and come here and work our magic, I think is the best way to put it, right? Being able to have a lot of fun. So go ahead and check all these people out. We have Paladins DAO, who is, of course, the namesake. It is a blockchain-based esports organization you've seen across the last few days that aims to create a sustainable and dynamic NFT ecosystem that integrates Web3 games and communities through esports. Users can earn Paladin points that you saw prior by participating in events and unlocking rewards. Their vision is to host more tournaments, expand the NFT collection, and bring more users to the Paladins ecosystem. So if you're interested in trying to get in on some of these tournaments, please go ahead and check them out. They are offering so much for the community to be able to enjoy a lot of these games, and hopefully see some great gameplay here tonight. But of course, what you're here for is Counter-Strike 2. Crips, do you want to run down the number of matches that we hope to see here today? Because I think it's pretty straightforward, but some people might not know.
Yes, this tournament is quite straightforward. We'll be starting off with the quarterfinals. We are following a single elimination format. So we start off with 8 teams. 4 of them will move to the semifinals, and only 2 of them will move to the grand finals. And if they get eliminated, they are out for the day. And then they will have to just rely upon the points that they earned yesterday. Of course, the team that makes it all the way to the finals will earn more points. The team that wins gets 10 points over here. And considering that Ronin is already on top, I think even if they get to the finals without winning it, they should have done enough to win the entire tournament overall. We'll be combining the scores from both the days, of course, from yesterday as well as today. So there needs to be some consistency that these teams offer to win this entire tournament. You need to be good in both the games.
And I can really appreciate that, right? I love the fact that you were talking about, hey, you don't have to be perfect in this game. You don't have to be perfect in this tournament. You just need to have a very nice overall flow to it and be able to control both matches. If you won yesterday, that's great. However, it doesn't have to be perfect. You can be okay at CS2 and still be able to come out on top here in this tournament here today. But at the end of the day, if you want to secure your spot, you need to be first. You need to take the dub all the way through, and hopefully that's what we see here today. Of course, the matches that we're going to watch may not be perfect and in order because of the fact that a lot of the teams will be playing at the same time. This is, of course, due to time constraints, but if you're interested, I'm sure you can follow along within the community and you can keep track. We'll be showing, hopefully, one semifinals matchup here at the start, and then we'll be, not one semifinals. We'll be looking at the quarterfinals to kick things off. After that, it'll be the semifinals, which are all best of 1, so we'll also get the maps for you. And then the grand finals will, of course, be a best of 3. We get to see the amazing teams try and break out here, really put their noses to the ground and grind out these matches, because CS2 in its nature feels a little bit crazy. You can go ahead, take a look at the bracket here and the matches. We got Ronin versus GG Chronicles, DGL versus Snack Club, Xborg versus Visions, and Virtuous versus G3. Very nice breakdown and hopefully some very entertaining matches.
I'm really interested in the first match itself, considering Ronin is on the top from the points yesterday and GG Chronicles not that far behind them. If GG Chronicles becomes the first team to get eliminated today, that really hinders their ability to get overall top scores. And while we are talking about the overall top scores, I'm really excited to see what Visions bring to the table. They weren't able to perform that well yesterday, so they could really use some points over here. And by eliminating Xborg, they will make things significantly easier for themselves, and they should be able to climb up the overall leaderboards. Those are the 2 matches that I think will be the most impactful to the overall storyline of the tournament.
Yeah, and I personally am hoping to see those as well because I'm always interested, right? Teams that score very high in one game, it's I want to say very difficult to maintain a winning roster in another side, right? A lot of these groups, these are, I want to say community clubs, right? They come in, they enjoy the game, but by no means are they perfect. But if you're able to be dominant across multiple games, you start to become this powerhouse within the community as well. Whether it's running within those first day runs or if you're running in these mainstay esports titles. So I love the fact that you're pointing it out, right? Taking a look at the likes of Ronin, taking a look at the likes of Export, and then GG Chronicles and so on and so forth. If we see these early exits, especially in a best of one, I think of any tournament format, if you're expecting an upset, if you're expecting something crazy, a best of one is where you want to see it happen. Because if all you got really is to worry about 13 rounds. All you need is 13.
Exactly.
And you take a dub over your opponent.
Exactly. 13 rounds will mark your victory, put you into the semifinals, and just by virtue of getting there, you earn a bunch of points that will help you quite a lot. Of course, we will have some tiebreaker points as well in case some teams are on similar stages, have similar amount of points. Then we will have those tiebreaker matches as well. I don't think those matches will be broadcasted, but we will still get the results of it in the end, and we'll be able to determine which one of them stands taller. And speaking of community, right, since this is a community cup, since it imbibes the feeling of inclusiveness and tries to get everyone on board, we cannot overlook our other sponsors and our other benefactors to the tournament who are really making a difference in this entire ecosystem. Of course, you've already heard of Paladins DAO. They are the lead sponsors of this entire tournament and the ones who are executing it. But we cannot overlook people like Seedify, GG Chronicles, and Games.gg. I'm going to talk about Seedify first because they seem to be a very interesting company that is a leading incubator and a launchpad as well for Web3 projects. They mainly focus on innovative technologies, and by staking all of their technologies together, you gain the advantage of early access to purchase project tokens and thereby enhancing your position within the Web3 landscape. So go ahead and check out Seedify as well. The next company that I want to talk about that are really making a difference over here are Games.gg. They basically are the home of the Game Awards, and their mission is to onboard at least 100 million gamers into the Web3 environment via game discovery, content, live streaming, community events, and many more such things. So Games.gg, they are also just leading the cause of inclusiveness and trying to get as many people into this ecosystem as possible, which is very similar to what Paladins DAO are also doing. So these guys are really making a difference out here. Last but not the least, GG Chronicles. GG Chronicles is a gaming newsletter which is focusing on Web3 gaming. So you can find stuff like the latest news over here. You can find game reviews, new games, and educational content as well every week. And on top of this, GG Chronicles has built a great Web3 community with regular game nights and events. Without these three, this event wouldn't have been possible. And of course, we also can't overlook our other benefactors such as Pixelmon, Game Unity, Shrapnel, MAYG, AI Arena, Krakatoa, Shia Mafia, and Team DAO. All of these guys have come together to make this event possible, and because of them, we'll be getting to see some amazing Counter-Strike action today. So, heartfelt thanks to each and every one of them.
And the fact that we have this community tournament and such a high prize pool at the end of the day is such a fantastic thing to see because the teams are playing and they know what's at stake. In the top placements, we are taking a look at first, second, third, and fourth. First place, looking at $2,000, and then moving on down to second, you're looking at a $1,500 overall total. That's $1,000 in hand, as well as $500 in Counter-Strike 2 loot boxes. Third coming in is $750 and one Pixelmon trainer, so making sure to get in on the action on the other side with a estimated value coming in at about $450 there. And then fourth is $500 plus one AI Arena box, which is worth about $300. So of course, you're not just playing for CS2, you're playing for so much more alongside. So really big shout out to all of these amazing prizes, and hopefully the teams enjoy that as well.
Exactly. I mean, you don't just win the bragging rights by winning this tournament, but you also earn a lot of different things in a lot of different games and platforms. So you can't really restrict the prize pool to that $1,000-$2,000 box over there. There's a lot more at stake over here, and of course, bragging rights being the number one thing, at least for me, because I'm more of an egotistical guy. From me, bragging rights take priority
Yes.
over everything else. So yeah, that can be a character flaw, but hey, I'm gonna own it and live with it.
I love that because I'm about the same. Listen, I don't worry too much about the prize. The prize is there. But the idea of saying I am better than my opponent, it feels so good. At least for the 48 hours until I play in another tournament and then I lose and then I just cry, right? That's the whole thing about it. So, taking a look here though, of course, all maps are open in CS2. All the maps will be available, and as we go on a case-by-case basis, I'm kind of curious to get your idea, Crips, because as we have this shift, of course, CS2 has been out for a little while now. I'm sure players are acclimated, but to the audience, what are some of the maps that have been a mainstay now in the current meta? Because I'm sure we're going to see in this quarterfinals as well as in the semifinals, very specific maps to kind of crop up more as a safe base for the teams as multiple other maps are fully banned out.
Okay, I have a theory over here. Since we have best of ones to begin with, I think we'll be seeing some rather standard maps like Dust 2, Inferno, Mirage, the ones that the community are really, really familiar with. Although, if there is a team that happens to be good at something like Anubis, which, I mean, it's been around for a year now, but there are still quite a lot of players who are not familiar with this map, right? So, if there is a team that knows for a fact that they can play to their strengths and harness the layout of Anubis, I think we will see that for sure. But I'm expecting that to show up more in the best of 3 stage rather than the best of ones. I'm expecting a lot of teams to ban out maps like Vertigo, Anubis, Ancient, and just focus on the more regular maps which are played throughout the course of your life. Maps like Dust 2, Inferno, Mirage. I think we'll be seeing a lot of those, at least in the quarterfinals and the semifinals. And then in the best of 3, we can probably see some of those maps which require a little more nuanced degree of coordination.
It's the idea that you get the maps down that you enjoy the most or that you play the most, and then from there you kind of fold out. I think that's always the name of the game, and I really hope to kind of push that point forward, especially in a community tournament. Comfort is everything, right? Comfort is the name of the game. You have to be okay with the map. If you're playing a map that you're just not, if you don't know the lineups, if you don't know the rotations, if you don't know those angles, you are in so much trouble. And especially in this quarterfinals, teams that are gunning for that top spot will of course have more to play for. They will be looking to take control and take a little bit of extra off of you, right? I expect Ronan, as much as we're waiting to see, currently sitting at 10 points, you have to feel that target on the back of you. You're like, hey, whoever I'm playing against, I am terrified of what I have to deal with. So really getting a map that you are comfortable with, and maybe not your entire team, right? I love this fact about CS2 as well. If maybe 2 or 3 of your members are excellently defined by, I can play this map to like an A+ level, that's actually okay as well. You can have 1 or 2 people just kind of carry you through the rougher parts of this game.
Yeah, and the rest of the people just work to support them and enable them as much as you can. And since this is a community tournament, there will be a couple people who will be doing a little more heavy lifting than their counterparts and their teammates, right? I mean, I don't think I can call myself a professional player, but I've played to some extent, right? I've competed in semi-pro tournaments and tier 2 tournaments, and we often see people like these, opponents like these, show up against us, where one guy is just like an absolute god of the game, and the other guys are doing whatever they can to enable him. Maybe dropping him an op, making him buy the armor, but you give him the weapon and everything. Delve into the 2014 Deagle in the pistol round kind of meta as well. Sometimes that happens too. So yeah, let's see which one of these teams have a more consistent level of skill across the board, and which one of these teams rely more on certain individuals to do the heavy lifting. We have the map hero in front of us, Mirage, chosen by 2 particular teams. The first one as well, which is Ronan versus GG Chronicles, and over here as well, Team Virtuous and G3. They've picked up Mirage too. So we have 2 Mirage games on our hands to begin with.
It's the interesting factor. You also saw the bans going out there, which pretty much lined up exactly what you were talking about, Chris. It's like,
yeah,
hey, get these weird maps out of the way. Let's go ahead, take it away. I think Anubis was like 2nd ban in there for one of the teams. It's just like immediately, I don't want to deal with this. I really don't want to touch this. And I like the fact as well, that this is only a 2-point system. As you said, these two teams are only 2 points away from each other. They really do need to hone in this win. As much as we're talking about,
Exactly.
Ronan really high up there and everything like that, a single game loss is devastating. This is a, I believe, single elimination bracket. So, like,
Yeah.
if you mess up, you're gone. So, getting into this, we are excited to see this. It will be GG Chronicles versus Team Ronan. Ronan sitting on that T side, GG Chronicles on that CT side. And of course, in this warm up, we get to see the start, the opening, the simplistic pistol round.
Simplistic pistol round to begin with. And what are the odds we see a good old fashioned B rush? Any bets?
I'm going to put my money down on the most likely of yes. This is I also call this the gun checks. I call this the skill checks. I call this the my only game plan ever.
Hey, at least you're honest in that aspect. So
Oh
props
yeah.
to you.
Oh yeah.
But this is a pretty dominant B rush, right? You can see the CTs just trying to fall back and just get out of dodge. They just don't want to stay there. And we get a round restart. Hey, does that
Oh,
bet still
okay.
count? Because that seemed to be just warm up.
Yeah, well, we're actually still in warm up, which is kind of crazy. So the other side of it is the fact that Team Ronan opted for that is I'm interested at influences anything, right? Because the fact that you've already shown that you're gonna B rush, we saw GG Chronicles, they split into a 1-4, which I think is a little bit of a gamble, right?
It is.
On the CT side, you have to gamble one way or another. You don't get to automatically choose one way or another, right? You have to gamble. Where are the opponents gonna go? The fact that you know now, you can actually see it now. They're splitting up a little bit differently. You go ahead and see two floating to the other side. I think we are having some technical issues, so hopefully you bear with us and go ahead and kind of chill out and wait. But there you see it. It's like all the adjustments, all the minor adjustments are so much fun to go ahead and see. And we'll even see if Team Ronan are going to still opt for the full side B rush.
Yeah, but they're not buying. Okay, never mind. They just have AKs and everything now. So we'll have to get the economy checks in place as well, just to make sure that there's nobody walking around in rifles when you're supposed to be playing pistol rounds. So while these teams warm up, we have already seen what their tendencies are going to be like. So I'm not expecting too much over here. I'm not expecting some high-level mind games. I'm not expecting teams to try to juke each other out of existence. But simple rushes and timing those rushes appropriately over the course of the 13 rounds is going to be essential. I mean, you can probably start off by rushing towards B, but then just holding apartments, right? That will hopefully bamboozle your opponents and make them believe that you're not actually coming over there. Again, we're just delving into the very, very basics of this, just building it up from ground zero.
Mm-hmm. I also want to shout out our players here today. GG Chronicles on the CT side, Coco, Neri, Senbu, Pseudo, as well as Apex. And then on the side of Team Ronan, Chief, SS, Mook, Minnow, as well as Topaz. And I think, of course, some of those names may be generic, but I want to run down that list, say hello to all of our players that'll be joining us and hopefully joining us into the grand finals as well. Looking here, though, it is a 2-3 split. Very simple, but Team Ronan say, it doesn't matter. We're still rushing that B side. Let's go ahead and get underway. Let's take a little bit of a flash as well, but a quick snap in the early stages is going to be Topaz to find that first headshot. Great entry into this B site, taking out the initial defender, and now the CTs are scrambling to get back to the site.
I think they might already be too late. Oh, no, plenty of shots whiffed. So that leaves Coco by himself. And the moment I say his name, he's doomed as well. Team Ronan take round number 1. And if this continues all throughout, they might just be able to maintain their lead from yesterday.
Oh, it was so good. And I always say the reason that I enjoy watching these first rounds is round number 1 is the closest thing I think you're going to get to a skill check, right? The first round is literally all pistols. You don't see a whole lot of difference. It's literally just how well can you shoot? How well can you tap on the head? Usually there's no armor behind as well. So very, very well done to Team Ronan washing out and losing only one, I think, the entire time. Or they lost 2, but that's such a nice feeling right now going in to that catwalk position. 3 currently cheating up, and with the guns in hand, go ahead and gather so much. I think that's a team kill on the back end by accident. GG Chronicles, unfortunately, getting a CT own kill. Dooley's coming out, trying to get the kills. Unfortunately, multiple whiff shots. Can't get the kill. There you go. Great job by by Coco to finish that kill off. Needless to say, though, it is still Team Ronan with the player advantage.
Good old mid rush, accompanied by one guy coming in from potentially the TV room. They should give them everything they need to know. But what I'm concerned about is that GD Chronicles were able to get to its top mid so quickly. And they went unchecked as well to some extent. So if that continues, then Team Ronin, when they're up against stronger weapons, when GD Chronicles can afford higher weaponry, they should be very, very careful about getting backstabbed this quickly.
It's it's a tug and go, right? The early rounds do tend to feed out to a simple setup. You know, hey, whoever wins round number 1 is going to most likely win round number 2 unless some extenuating circumstances. Of course, at this current moment, we are watching as these players are now taking a little bit of caution. Team Ronin realized guns are in hand. Let's go ahead and play smart. You can see a P90 in the hand of Sanbu, and behind it, it is going to be a small stack over here. They're taking their time. Team Ronin still looking to be very, very advantageous. It's going to be a rush forward. Looks like one already on the site and now trying to push their way into a great snipe number 1. Looking at the players falling on the back end, though, it is going to be a very nice hold by GG Chronicles, taking out 3, looking for 2 more as the last 2 Ts are currently stuck in this back corner. And I think they're going to try and run away. No, it is a quick elimination behind GG Chronicles. Go ahead and put one on the board for themselves.
That was a really fast rotation from GG Chronicles, giving Team Ronin absolutely no time to react. By the time they even got out of that choke point on A main, almost all the CTs were present on site, and there's multiple angles to cover as well. It's not like Team Ronin used any of the smokes, so they were vulnerable from Ticket, they were vulnerable from Connector, from Stairs, pretty much everywhere where you can get shot from, you were getting shot from there. And this does make the lives of GG Chronicles slightly easier because they walked into it with a bunch of P90s and M4s, and now they're walking out with AKs as well. Sanbu feeling adventurous, climbing the underpass stairs already, and he can see one. He takes Chief down.
Such a great early frag. Looking for another one. The pistol's coming out here. A little bit difficult to maintain, but it is going to be enough. Now, the teammates getting in the way, though, and that means it's a lineup. GG Chronicles is knocking them down, but at the end of the day, it's only one alive. Mook is going to try their best to 1v3. Still looking for that bomb plant. It's such a difficult point, but that'll be the finisher. Very nicely done by Sambu to go ahead and collect. So far, GG Chronicles with guns in hand are feeling better and better.
Feeling much better this time as they pick up the pace. Sanbu kicked things off by pushing underpass, and he finished off the round as well by killing the guy on B shot. Now, Team Ronin have to worry about something, right? If GG Chronicles are moving this quickly, they need to do something about the pace. We have a hero by here on Muke. He's got the only AK in the room, and I'm interested to see how he uses this now. Since most of his teammates will basically be sacrificing themselves to set him up for a kill, they need to drop the pace a little bit and hopefully punish GG Chronicles in case they overextend.
Oh,
Chonky nade.
Oh man, that hurts on the entry. It was well identified by GG Chronicles saying, hey, it's going to be a rush. We know we can stack up on them, and they do. However, the entry is still just as strong. Team Ronin shake off that nade and they say it's not going to worry us. A quick 2 kills at the beginning. Pseudo and Neri taking out this fight. Now it is down to Coco, Sanbu, and Apex coming in on 3 different angles, hoping to get the crossfire, and they do. Sanbu knocks down 3 in a blink of an eye. Topaz, the last one alive, cut into a ring and put into the ground. Very well done. GG Chronicles, they lose 2 at the start, but the re-engage and the retake of the site is perfect.
Absolutely perfect. Of course, they were missing weapons, but GG Chronicles, they do not let the overwhelming number of terrorists rushing out of the apps really just plunder their plans. That nade itself was so chunky, it basically reduced every member on Team Ronin to less than half HP, and then it was quite easy for the P90s to clear up the board. It is quite interesting to see that a lot of people are actually opting for the P90. Of course, in CSGO, this used to be the crutch weapon for everyone who's not really comfortable with the recoil pattern of the AK, but in CS2, I kind of feel like they've really buffed the shotguns. And if someone decides to use those shotguns, get that $900 kill bonus farmed up, they will be rolling in money. Am I the only person who feels like this, or do you agree with me? Do you think like they've buffed the shotguns to some extent?
I'm okay with them. I would say the shotguns I feel were always kind of fun to play with, even in CS:GO, right? They always had their own charms, but I do agree the range increase feels so much better behind it. So taking a look here, we're watching this go out as right now you can't even see anything, so no range to be found. Flashbangs going out left, right, and center. A site currently being hit. Currently on balcony side is a 1-player hold by one of the T's, and of course in that situation it's difficult to keep track of. Coco waiting and swings hard, finds Topaz in that top ring, surviving on 2. Because of that, it gives GG Chronicles perfect containment over Team Ronin, and Ronin are currently following SS. Last one alive, trying to take one, is able to find it. Can you find another? Yes, you finish off Coco. 2 left alive, though. You're able to do some damage, but you have to be careful. It is going to be that round win. GG Chronicles sitting at for a run so far of 4 rounds without an answer from Ronin.
Smoke's not placed perfectly. There were plenty of gaps that GG Chronicles could exploit over there. Especially when they have P90s, you can basically run down Team Ronin the moment they try to enter from that choke point. A hailstorm of bullets just heading towards you, and there's really no way to avoid getting shredded. I think Team Ronin should now start exploring the possibilities of a split push. They did really well in round number 2 when they tried exploring Cat, and if they do so again, I think it might be beneficial.
And it looks like they're going to try and play a little bit slower as well, right? A lot of the last few times have been rushes, and with AKs in hand, you're looking to try and hold this mid position. Of course, putting 4 there with 1 on apps, they're trying to cheat out and try and bait GG Chronicles into something different. Realizing that the P90s are still on the table, I think is very, very appropriate, right? Saying, hey, that range might be a little bit closer towards that mid-range instead of long range. In this moment, it's worked wonders. The AK ripping through 1, but of course, falling on the wayside, both Ronin and GG Chronicles have taken 1 apiece, tucking away this 1 CT, taking him out inside a connector. It is down. GG Chronicles have lost control of this A site, and now they're on damage control.
They're indeed on damage control and information control. Given that one of their players has already pushed all the way from T-spawn towards high mid, and both the players are taking an awful long time to kill each other, it gives the rest of Team Ronin to time to reposition. And since they were able to easily clear up both Cat and Connector, they now have plenty of options. Except Apex knows exactly where his opponents are right now. If Team Ronin was a little faster, they probably could have gotten control on the A side and planted the bomb as well, but he catches him off guard. Gets the C4 under control, gets the round, and Team Ronin avoid a very, very sharp bullet. They kind of just dodge that entire little firefight over there on mid.
I mean, it was good. Team Ronin realizing that they are going to have some difficulties, and they sacrificed a lot of players for that one. But GG Chronicles, of course, falling to the wayside, they had enough econ stacked up. You can see still a, I want to say almost full buyout. Neri is the only one, sitting on that SMG right now, but still within the P90 confines, right? You look at them, they're looking to play a little bit closer towards that chest. And because of that, in this 3-2 split, it does benefit them to actually rush forward and take those shorter angles. In this instance, though, Minnow was ready for Coco, and realizing how quickly this has shifted, you can see GG Chronicles are going to look for a pinch on their own end. However, this A site hold needs to do well. Great damage onto Chief and SS. GG Chronicles holding it down for the time being. The flood out by Ronin are going to collapse in. The flashbangs keeping everyone in the dark. However, Topaz is able to find 1. Neri was able to take 1 before dying, and down to a 4v3, down to a 3-3-3. Team Ronin realizing that they're pinched. They have to commit here. The plant is finally going down, but can they hold on? They lose another member. It's down to no one as GG Chronicles again showing off their expertise in retaking these sites.
So now the patterns are really starting to emerge. Every time Team Ronin tries to take mid control, they do reasonably better because GG Chronicles don't really have a lot of information to base their rotations on. But in this round, it was quite the opposite. You had Sanbu pushing in B apps at the very start of the round. The moment he did not see anyone, he realized the entire coast is clear. He pushed all the way down towards T apps, went towards spawn, and was already in a backstabbing position before Team Ronin could even get the C4 on the site.
Oh man, it's one of those moments that you are hoping that the pattern is identified. And right now, Team Ronin going back to a tried and true style of we don't have guns, cool. Rush apps. This is this is no stranger at all. And of course, putting 2 in the lower tons is understandable. No one's really there. I think GG Chronicles are playing this one very, very conservatively, right? Not wanting to take those those gambles, if you will. Because of this, though, it is going to be a 3-put over into mid. And they're hoping to catch at least 1 person on the rotate. GG Chronicles need to be aware of this as now going to check ever so slightly. A lot of footsteps going in And yet, GG Chronicles have no idea. This is a rotate upon rotate upon rotate. You can see it there. It's a challenge on the back end. And the dub, Muko is able to find one. However, Coco fires right back, and GG Chronicles are now wise. This is going to be the C4 down on this A site, but you got to root out those last defenders. Shots from down below. Pistol is only going to do so much work. SS can't do much more than find one 3v3 situation set up. GG Chronicles flooding in from this from the CT side spawn. And of course, it still leverages to GG Chronicles. They have the guns, they have the bullets, and they're looking to have the win 2v2 or 2v1. I'm so sorry. Coco is the last one alive. What a turnaround here, but they need to get the plant down or they need to finish. Great job, Team Ronin. Go ahead and push to 4.
What a roller coaster round. GG Chronicles thought they knew what was happening. Coco pushed down apps all the way towards the attacking spawn at the very start of the round, saw nobody, right? And this causes GG Chronicles to stack the B side, which wasn't exactly a wrong call because they heard so many footsteps in apartments. They heard so many smokes popping off towards mid. So it kind of indicates that Team Ronin is heading towards B. But then they quickly pivot to its connector and start turning it into an A hit. And GG Chronicles had no idea how to stop it because they already were anticipating a B push. They were just simply not in position to adjust.
Well, this time they do. Minnow denied an opportunity to play in this round. The first frag goes their way for GG Chronicles, and finding that first one kind of stalled out what Team Ronin wanted to do. You can take a look. Multiple members are now caught in this wayside. Doolies is going to find inside of the connector a problem, right? Team Ronin being snuffed out, being stopped, being defended against, and now through that mid window, I mean, there's not much Team Ronin can do. Trying to swap between multiple angles, you're able to find 2, but the HP bars are dropping quickly. Chief finding one on the back end, down to a 2v3. Are you kidding me? This is going to be a change. Chief finds one. However, it's down to a 1v2. Coco is going to try and maintain this clutch up and is able to find Chief. 1v1 Topaz sitting
Does
on
he check?
84. I don't think so. No, they run right past each other. Oh no. Oh no. Topaz says thank you very much. It's a tie game. Crypt, Team Ronin, move on up.
Sheesh. The amount of repeaks towards mid window baffled me. Like, Team Ronin thought that they were in the clear when they got that first pick. But nope, GG Chronicles just kept on throwing bodies upon bodies at them. So many fights being challenged on mid. And it felt like the entire round would be determined on who stays alive towards that mid area, which team has more members in the end. Somehow boils down to a 1v1, and the CTs don't check the guy hiding towards the market corner. Topaz, like a ninja in the night, just lets GG Chronicles' last member sneak past him, and as soon as he tries to tap the bomb, he shoots him down. Nice pick by Neri. Those P90s really helping his cause, and the Molotov enables him to fall back as well. So this is actually one of the first times where GG Chronicle wins the early duel and maintains the number advantage. But they have bigger problems to worry about. There's already a flank coming in. GG Chronicles have cleared the entire A site. They realize no one's over there. So not only are they being pinched from behind as Apex moves in for the kill, the rest of the CTs have already stacked up towards the B site. So Ronin are trapped now.
Oh, and that trapped players do call for desperate measures, and unfortunately, the desperate measures are not working in their favor. Mook is the only one alive being hunted down, but sometimes in the 1v1s, you actually get a dub. Down to a 1v2, now being hunted as they try and go lower. Not going to happen, and GG Chronicles goes ahead and secures their 6th. Well done in their steed.
Indeed, well done. GG Chronicles taking map control, taking charge of the round, knowing exactly when to push, when to hold, and when to rotate. As long as their basics are clear, they can still win the game, even though Team Ronin might be able to win aim duels every now and then. And as you can see, Team Ronin is kind of relying on Topaz a little bit too much now, right? He's got 13 kills. Meanwhile, on GG Chronicles, Sanbu is leading by example. He's got 21 for his nibs. Did that really just happen? I thought Apex would die. He had a knife in his hand when he peeked that guy, but somehow still wins the duel. Interesting.
It feels a little bit bad when that happens, right? You were just not ready. You weren't ready for that swing. And I mean, those are mistakes that do happen, right? said, these are not professionals. Some of them may have played a lot, but mistakes do happen. It's all about how you bounce back. And so far, both the teams are doing quite well. A balance
Huh?
between the two. X means Team Ronin are hunting, but not checking the corner. So GG Chronicles gets a freebie as well. Apex almost gets a reload off, but is not going to be able to finish it off. Chief instead able to pick up the revenge kills. 2v1 now as Topaz tries to hold it down, but you're split between the two. Good spray. Number one reloads, getting ready for the high angle. And you see him in
Whoa.
tab. Are you kidding
Whoa.
me? Topaz, 2 bullets, a 50-50 shot on that last and gets it, being able to tie up the half. It is going to be Team Ronin to even things out at 6-6. Crips, we're back to a 0-0 pretty much.
Yeah, this basically has been reset. Everything that these teams worked for, well, it's been washed away, and now you need to start building once again from ground zero. And as the first half comes to an end, it's quite clear what the win condition is, right? For GG Chronicles, the win condition is to keep Sanbu alive as long as they can. And for Team Ronin, it is to enable Topaz and make him get into these positions from where he can get multi-kills and just really start building up momentum. Those are the two players who are leading these teams by example. Speaking of leading, GG Chronicles approaching the B apps, but they're not fully committing in just yet. The C4 isn't anywhere close, but they are dropping bodies on the floor. Topaz somehow survives long enough to get the reload off, and he's got teammates to back him up now. Mino arrives just in time to take care of the rest, and now the C4's on the ground as well. GG Chronicles about to lose pistol unless Apex can pull off a miracle.
I mean, a miracle could occur if they can. However, it's not going to happen. It is GG and Team Ronin say, listen, we know how to do the apps rush. You do not. And I love the fact that you pointed out for GG Chronicles, they lag behind a little bit. If you're going to rush apps, you need all 5 members to push at the exact same time. Instead of a rush, it felt more like a straggling. Right? One player would be able to push in, the next would follow behind, and then as things fell apart, GG Chronicles had no choice but to try and follow through. So Team Ronin, say thank you very much. We will take that dub.
I think what happened over there is that one of the more experienced players on GG Chronicles, they stayed back and they tried to cheat. They tried to teach somebody the lineups of the B site. You know, when you just aim at that clock tower and then throw the smokes. I saw those two players on the mini app just hanging out in that area. So I'm assuming they were just trying to throw the smokes while the rest of the players just rushed in without waiting for them to land. And that seems to be a similar story in this round as well, where not everyone from GG Chronicles rushes in at the same time and they just go in one by one, offering these individual gunfights, which kind of make it easy for Team Ronin to wipe the floor with.
So much to kind of think about for these teams, but as you said, just cleaning up this round, it should be Team Ronin to come out on the lead in a 1v3. If they don't, things have gone drastically wrong. However, Pseudo, a player that we haven't really seen shine just yet, sitting at 5 and 9, maybe an opportunity, right? You do have free roam site here, and if you select where you're going to post up after the plant, maybe we get to see some magic happen. Maybe we get to see that possibility of a sneak instead of a 1v3. If you get a 1v1 and then another 1v1 and then another 1v1, it's a possibility. However, tucking yourself inside of the site, I'm not sure is the perfect call. It is going to be a wash as you are out in the open, and Team Ronin will go ahead and take a second.
I thought that he will pull off something that Topaz did in the previous round, you know? Tuck himself into that corner of market, go undetected, and then shoot Team Ronin in the back as they think that they've cleared you out, but they actually haven't. If that happened for the second time in this very game, that would really, really be funny.
Well, yeah.
Plus, he had everything set up for him, right? Topaz was dead. That's the danger man out of the equation. But Team Ronin are a little more evenly spread out in terms of skill that way, where Topaz isn't the only one. Even SS is putting a lot of frags on the board right now. So Team Ronin have two players that can potentially stand out and lead the charge. Just basically take over the round. Whereas GG Chronicles are still very much relying on Sanbu and his ability to steamroll.
Let's hope Sanbu can continue, right? You had the opportunity this time around. Guns are out. Unfortunately, a flashbang in your own face. That mid is now under control of Team Ronin. Take a look at that. GG Chronicles now full stacking with one lurk on the end. Not sure this is what they want to do, but Neri says, yeah, it is exactly what I want to do. Team Ronin lose their first defender, and now into the corner, Sanbu saying, hey, I am that carry, but you don't even win that out.
No.
So 4v4 is going to be this follow through. Remember, that is their main person to watch. That is going to be a flashbang not really working, but Team Ronin losing multiple members on the back end. Low is Topaz eating a lot of damage, not being able to land the shots. Opening by GG Chronicles to fight back. Yes, the guns are weak, but I mean, it is GG Chronicles that are feeling so dang good.
Yeah, and this is despite losing their star player early on towards Underpass. I think that really set themselves up, right? The moment he died over there, at least he was able to gather information that there's 2 players present on connector and 1 in window. And that was enough information for him to call his team to rush into B, because they wouldn't be in place. I mean, if all 4 players of GG Chronicles, at least the ones who were alive, just jump out of apps and overwhelm Team Ronin with their superior numbers, they can still get the plant. And that's what happened. Team Ronin now really need to spread themselves a little more thinly to account for the fact that Sanbu will be lurking while the rest of his team mostly sticks together. At least that was what was happening in the previous round. Sanbu this time isn't really lurking as such. He's still sticking with the rest of his team. And that makes sense, right? You need to have players around your star guy to trade him out and make sure that whatever damage he does doesn't go to waste.
Well, for the current moment, Apex is actually not having that great of time, getting sniped down to about 20, and that hurts, right? When the opening trade, when the opening gunfight breaks out and you lose so much HP, it makes you wane in a lot of your choices. So Apex needs to be able to step up, be ready to take that bully moment. And it looks like we're gonna have 1v1s kind of break out. Sanbu as well as SS try to trade out lies. However, it doesn't really work. No kills to go down just yet. As we are entering into this B side, Sanbu though does find Mook. Mook is taken out in the back, and Team Ronin are now on safety duty. They need to play a little bit safer. They need to play a little bit smarter. A site and connector are going to be hit between 2 members, but Chronicles already taking over this B site, get the plant, and happily look for a Team Ronin with only a single defender who doesn't really have a weapon. Feels pretty dang.
GG Chronicles were kind of all over the place in this round. I mean, they started by going to its A main, they flirted with the idea of going to its palace while having their members stay on mid simultaneously, and then they just turn it all around by heading towards the B site, but again, not fully committing. So I can understand the confusion in the Team Ronin camp as they do not exactly know where they want to stack up their players. That seems to be the win condition for them most of the time, right? A lot of times Team Ronin will be successfully rotating and stacking players, but this time they just have no idea where to go because partially GG Chronicles felt like they didn't know where they want to go. But Niri doing a really good job of getting 2 kills to begin with. This should open up the round for them.
I mean, yeah, you've now recognized that Team Ronin don't really have guns to play with, right? That econ bounce hasn't really ping-ponged back into their favor. Because of that, you should be able to storm that site very, very quickly, keeping track of the gun difference, and they do it well. For the first time, it feels like in quite some time, GG Chronicles have by far the cleanest round win that they've had all game. All 5 members still alive, they keep all their guns in hand, and they barely used any nades, carrying over pretty much 80% of their equipment.
And because they kept all their players alive, they don't need to reinvest into weapons. Their economy builds up, and they get quite a lot of momentum out of it. Almost everybody on Team Chronicle, on GG Chronicles is north of the $4,000 mark, which means even if they lose a round or 2, they should be able to bounce back. The loss bonus really starting to kick in for Team Ronin now, as they've got weapons, but not enough utility, not nearly enough. SS, going into desperate times, has picked up a Mag 7, and I would love to see some kills from this one, but Mino is taking quite a lot of damage. That bench position really not doing him any justice. Apex does get one, but Muke is here to save the day. He's already got one for himself. Can't really take care of Niri. He had too many targets on his screen at the same time, but Topaz kind of baiting his teammate out over there, letting the T's cross across the other side, and that's when they really start to get the kills. But Niri, this guy, what is this guy built of? He stopped planting, decides to challenge him to an aim duel, and then still wins it. Like, that's some nutty moves, man. Logic doesn't make sense over here. Any person who's planting and his teammates are actually covering him really well would continue to plant, but no, not Niri. He wants to make a statement. He wants to now compete with Sanbu for the glory points. He says that, nah, we're not relying on this guy too much. I'm capable of taking over the round by myself as well.
And I love the fact that you pointed that out, because in the first half, we saw Sanbu sitting up with a massive, massive lead in the kills department. At one point, it felt like it was like 21-11. The rest of the players were still hunting for double-digit kills, and now we're seeing that expansive. Taking a look here in the second half, all the rounds that GG Chronicles have won, the rest of the players have been able to step take their own initiative. And that's what a star player will do. We said at the beginning, single player can change the entire outcome of a game. And I think that's what Sanbu's doing here, enabling the rest of the team to fly through this round. Here you can see it, Team Ronin falling like flies, getting overtaken step by step by step, even with guns in hand. They didn't really have the nades. They don't have the covers, the utility to be able to smoke out and cause this disorienting setup. Instead, GG Chronicles pretty much have free fire at every single angle. And you can see here, but Minnow almost makes it good, but Coco and Neri, we're still up and running.
I have a prediction to make. I don't care if I'm proven wrong, but I have a prediction to make, and that is GG Chronicles will go for only fights, and they won't really try to actually play for the objective or blunt. Because in the last 3 rounds, they've been able to get 2-3 entry frags, and then they can just do whatever the hell they want instead of actually trying to plant the bomb or trying to take over the site. They're just running and playing deathmatch. That's what it feels like. And why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they when all of their players are individually capable of getting these entry frags?
It's so true, honestly. Like, it is a little bit too true there. It's just run and gun, keep up the momentum, and that's honestly a win style in its own, right? The idea that you can clear out the opponents as quickly as possible, and Apex is going to try and do that right now, getting a first frag, hoping for another behind as we are keeping track of Team Ronin and where they want to go in their own right now. A little bit of a question mark as GG Chronicles look like they're going to try and flood into apps, but I mean, I'm still waiting to see how hard it actually comes out. That is going to be a look at each other SS. Going to get a little bit of a question mark there. So, good idea by GG Chronicles.
GG Chronicles still holding it like a Chad, dude. They're actually doing really well, and because they're so spread out, Team Ronin have no idea where to rotate. They've still got players on mid. They've still got a couple of players coming in from apps. So GG Chronicles have a lot more map control, and Team Ronin just don't seem to realize it.
Well, we went ahead and went back in time just for a split second to make sure we catch all the action here. Minnow is going to go ahead and follow through on that kill, getting some revenge for the teammate, but they're still down a single player, and they have to be worried. Right now, market is very, very populated. It seems that the sale is running out. They have a rotate from behind, and that's going to be very, very dangerous. A little bit of a sprint through as Neri and Coco take one apiece. A burn comes down as Minnow can't hold. Topaz is able to follow through on one, but he's still in a 1v3. Problems abound as this last defender, as Team Ronin are saying, you are the last Ronin. Good luck, my friend. Topaz saying, I really didn't want the situation to break out on the CT side. Please hold steady. There are about 7 different angles that you have to aim for, and there's only a few bullets in your gun.
There's not enough time either. Barely any HP. And this is a difficult decision to make. But he has to save regardless. The odds are heavily stacked against him. So with a heavy heart, he gives the map point over to Team GG Chronicles. And he just hopes that his team will be able to pull together and get this game into overtime. 4 rounds back-to-back are required of Team Ronin to even stand a chance in this entire tournament. And the thing that we predicted, the thing that we were fearing the most is actually coming true now. Team Ronin, the winners of the Machines Arena matches yesterday, are about to be eliminated at the very beginning of day 2. This will really hinder their chances of coming out as the overall winner of this tournament.
It would hurt quite a bit in the overall, but of course it hurts even more so in the moment. If they lose here, they're out. It is single elimination, no more chances. And this is what we said, right? Number one is a lot of the players may or may not be able to play Counter-Strike, and I think that just shows the depth of rosters here, right? GG Chronicles sitting at 3rd place, looking to try and move ever on forward. However, Team Ronin with a great engage to start, great little taps, no kills, but Coco taken down to 13. Pseudo also eating a lot of bullets, and I mean, the early engagers are going the way of Team Ronin. Now, if they can just finalize those kills and give themselves the player advantage, it's a chance. Palace currently being locked down, and a CT member down below, and now the chase behind. Are they actually going to meet? Yes, they do. And Team Ronin pick up a kill. The A site cleared out. GG Chronicles went for a little bit of a leap of faith, and unfortunately fall far from the hay bale.
Exactly, and those players on GG Chronicles weren't even prepared for Mute to be that deep inside apartments. He not only gets both of those kills, but also gets the control over the C4, which definitely puts Ronin in the lead, unless Coco has something to say about it. No, man, no. Muke started this round off with an impressive double kill, and now he has to make it all on his own. He still got the C4 in front of him, but two extremely unhealthy terrorists are still on the prowl, and they could be anywhere right now.
They're looking, and it's such a touch and go. Mook, I think this is the wise call. Don't rotate. You don't have to. You go ahead and sit there and wait. For the side of GG Chronicles, don't run, walk steadily. Do not give away your position. Coco, though, being heard right now. And both of them actually, so much information being given GG Chronicles, though. I think this is smart. You go ahead and double stack, say, hey, one defender falling a little bit back, and you spot them, Coco. Well played. Very well done by GG Chronicles as they take the victory without dropping a single round in the second half.
Team Ronin had a glimmer of hope over there. Muke made that opening, he got the double kill, got the C4 under control, and even though GG Chronicles gave away footsteps towards the end and basically declared their position, Muke wasn't able to position his crosshair appropriately, and GG Chronicles still win the game. It was a little difficult for them in the second half, but they pulled through. And GG Chronicles, especially led by Sanbu, who basically was the top fragger for the team, go forward in this tournament in Paladins DAO Community Cup. Of course, Niri also pulled his weight towards the end, right? He has 21 frags by the end of this game. Even though he was struggling in the first half, he really got it together in the second half and assisted Sanbu.
It was so good. Honestly, for a community tournament, you're always kind of curious, exactly what level of play comes out here and who is going to stand out. And, sometimes the games can wane, which I love as well, right? I want to preface this by saying, for community tournaments, the more players that come out and look like newcomers, the better, right? Get your feet wet, enjoy the game, just have fun. And we saw it there, right? You get some stars, you get some crazy players to come out, and then you pull a bunch of your buddies in. It looked like a blast, and hopefully we get to see teams continue on forward. But as you said, GG Chronicles looking like the better team on the day. If anyone else faces off against them, it has to be shut down Sanbu. Shut down the single player that is running the show. And I'm curious to see if they can do it. For right now, though, it is Team Ronin that falter, but not without some amazing shots of their own. I mean, we saw the glimmers of greatness in them for a little bit.
Yeah, they did come through, right? There were some glimpses of brilliance. On certain occasions, we even saw absolute dominance by some of their players, as even Coco and Niri, sometimes they just took over the round by themselves. Niri getting multiple opening frags on the T side, Coco picking off so many players who were rotating from Team Ronin. So these players, if they get into those dangerous positions, they can completely turn the round and just take it over for themselves. Sandu was doing really well in the first half. I believe he had like 21 or maybe like 23 kills by the end of the first half. But then in the second half, he did not really need to do much. He only got to 29. Just one more kill and he would have had the coveted 30 bomb, but it wasn't required off of him. And I think that's better. It's better that he doesn't get the 30 bomb and that his teammates also contribute. That will make the overall team much stronger.
I like it. I like that idea. Hey, work with each other, keep moving forward, and move on further. We are going to see GG Chronicles looking into those semifinals, maybe playing on Mirage in the next matchup as well. Now, of course, we can take a look at the bracket. All the other matches, I believe, are running concurrently, or simultaneously, I should say, beside each other. So we're actually still waiting on the completion of those three quarterfinal matchups. So as soon as those are updated, we will let you know as soon as possible. Until then, I want to give a shout out not only to our sponsors, but also to our partners here for this tournament: Smoke, Magic EDN, Hologram, Rev.gg, as well as Jackpot, for helping make this tournament run ever so smoothly. And of course, with that, we are going to go to a very short break, getting ready for these quarterfinals to go ahead and finish up and see who's joining GG Chronicles the top. Go ahead, get a little bit of snack, get some water, and get refreshed, as we'll be right back in just a little bit.
See you on the other side.
GM, it's your tournament guide, Chenglu again, here to share a message from our sponsor, Seedify. Having launched more than 70 projects, Seedify is a leading incubator and launchpad for Web3 gaming initiatives, with the highest ROI among all the launchpads in 2023. S-Fund token holders gain early access to quality hottest Web3 games at the lowest price, before they become available to the broader audience. Since gaming is getting huge traction in crypto, this could be massive. On top of this, for greater peace of mind, they also have a refund mechanism to protect investors. You can buy S-Fund token on BNB, ETH, and ARB chains. To celebrate their recent launch on ETH and ARB networks, they've set up juicy rewards for early LP providers as well. Thanks to Seedify for being our title sponsors in this tournament. Hope you're enjoying the show so far. We have an exciting announcement that the raffles will be opening up on the website soon. If you hold a tournament pass, then you can go to the website and you can enter for some exciting prizes. The link will be provided in Discord. GM, it's your tournament guide, Chenglu again, here to share a message from our sponsor, Seedify. Having launched more than 70 projects, Seedify is a leading incubator and launchpad for Web3 gaming initiatives, with the highest ROI among all the launchpads in 2023. S-Fund token holders gain early access to quality hottest Web3 games at the lowest price, before they become available to the broader audience. Since gaming is getting huge traction in crypto, this could be massive. On top of this, for greater peace of mind, they also have a refund mechanism to protect investors. You can buy S-Fund token on BNB, ETH, and ARB chains. To celebrate their recent launch on ETH and ARB networks, they've set up juicy rewards for early LP providers as well. Thanks to Seedify for being our title sponsors in this tournament. Hope you're enjoying the show so far. We have an exciting announcement that the raffles will be opening up on the website soon. If you hold a tournament pass, then you can go to the website and you can enter for some exciting prizes. The link will be provided in Discord. GM, it's your tournament guide, Chenglu again, here to share a message from our sponsor, Seedify. Having launched more than 70 projects, Seedify is a leading incubator and launchpad for Web3 gaming initiatives, with the highest ROI among all the launchpads in 2023. S-Fund token holders gain early access to quality hottest Web3 games at the lowest price, before they become available to the broader audience. Since gaming is getting huge traction in crypto, this could be massive. On top of this, for greater peace of mind, they also have a refund mechanism to protect investors. You can buy S-Fund token on BNB, ETH, and ARB chains. To celebrate their recent launch on ETH and ARB networks, they've set up juicy rewards for early LP providers as well. Thanks to Seedify for being our title sponsors in this tournament.
Welcome back, everyone. We're excited to be here once again for the continuation of the Paladins DAO Community Tournament here for League, not League. I'm a little bit slow right now. It is going to be CS2, Counter-Strike 2 coming in here, the second game to come out. Of course, yesterday we had some awesome matchups go on, and the overall tournament standings is getting a little bit crazy because of the fact that we just saw an upset of the round. I mean, Crips, we knew it was coming. We knew this was going to happen at least once here with Counter-Strike 2, but I am surprised nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, we were hyping it up. We were building up the storyline and, thinking about all the possible things that could go on over there. Ronin topped the leaderboards yesterday with the Machines Arena, and they were the first ones to get eliminated. So really hinders their chances of winning the tournament overall. But hey, that's what makes the matches interesting. It wouldn't be fun if one team dominates both the titles, and now that they're out, it gives all the other teams a chance to move up, and then the matches will be even closer. The point differences will be as slim as possible, and that's what will get people on the edge.
And it's an amazing factor. You can see, of course, that we are still waiting for a couple of the matches to finish up. One of the quarterfinal matchups, we are still waiting for DGL as well as Snack Club. But on the flip side, Xborg and G3 are currently going to be facing off here shortly. And we have a special treat for you. Courtesy of our amazing tournament organizers, we are actually going to be trying to watch both matches in simultaneous view. So you actually get all the action. Hopefully you don't miss a single moment of either semifinals here. And I want to give a big shout out because there are so many amazing groups and people that have made this possible. Our sponsors as well as our partners here today. Paladins DAO, Seedify, GG Chronicles, and Games.gg to name just a few. And again, if you're interested in getting a little bit of that information, GG Chronicles is the home to be. They are a gaming newsletter focused on Web3 gaming. So if you're interested in this, if you're interested in finding the latest news, game reviews, new games, as well as educational content, every single week, trying to get in on maybe the Machines Arena, right? All this action that maybe you never heard of, go ahead and check them out. On top of this, GG Chronicles also has a great Web3 community that you can also learn from and play regular game nights and events with. So I mean, even yesterday, right, that TMA matchup, you could have been a part of that. So again, check out all these amazing groups. You can learn so much from them and maybe even get in on the action, placing on the podium, maybe first or second place. But at the current moment, as we said, we have not actually touched on these other two semifinals, and I'm excited to see how well they do. Both teams currently locked pretty dang closely in the point score as well.
Yeah, the brackets are going to get super, super interesting as we will try to spectate multiple matches at once. Of course, since all of these matches are happening simultaneously, you do not want to miss out on anything. So we'll try our best to bring you all the action possible. Right now, the one that we are spectating is between Team XBG and, once again, GG Chronicles. They just won their quarterfinals game against Ronin, the leader from yesterday. And now GG Chronicles will be facing Team XBG. Let's see which one of them comes out on top. Keep in mind that this match is super interesting because the finals are at stake. The one that win over here will go over towards the grand finals of CS2. So there's a lot riding on this one.
Yeah, and I think we're in the warm-up here. And to keep in mind, I hate saying this, but I don't think it's GG Chronicles, right? GG Chronicles are on the other side. GG Chronicles will actually be facing off against the winner of DGL and Snack Club. As you can see, it's Xborg here on one side, but it's actually G3, the winner against Virtuous. So those two will be facing off here. On Mirage, though, I love the fact that it's holding out exactly like you said, Crips. This map feels so comfortable. It may not be Dust 2, but it is a comfort level for these teams, and we expect to see this time and time again.
My bad. I kind of read that name Sandbox, and I just assumed it was Sanboo because he performed so well in the previous game. He's still on my mind. So
I did the same. It took me 5 seconds to figure that out too. I was like, wait.
Yeah. So that might just happen a couple more times today. I apologize in advance if I end up misplacing one team and just confusing it for the other one. I mean, that's bound to happen since we are spectating multiple matches, but hey, that's going to add into the excitement. And the chaos is always a good thing for the viewers, right? I mean, whenever I play my tournaments, I want my matches to be as chaotic as possible. So hopefully you share the same sentiment.
Oh, I really, really do. Now, of course, in this little bit of a warm-up, we are kind of keeping track because of the fact that the point system is in place. And I personally am sitting there going, hey, I wonder how much you're actually going to get, right? How much are you actually going to earn here? Because if I can recall quickly, you're taking a look at the side of Virtuous. The fact that Virtuous, who only earned 3 points in the previous match, and the fact that G3 only had 5, literally both of them are like, if we make it to grand finals, we can challenge the likes of Ronin. So it's literally the story of underdogs coming out here and trying to beat the odds. So I love this. Now, keep in mind, we are trying to get things rolling here, so please go ahead and bear with us. We are hoping for a continuation to follow through, so we are going to go right back to our faces and hopefully get things under control.
Yeah, there's a lot going on over here. We have some underdogs trying to catch up to Team Ronin, who are already out, by the way, and that will make a couple of teams over here really happy because now they have a chance of actually going on par with them and tying up the scores, hopefully, maybe even overtaking them if they play their cards right. Getting to the finals itself will give you quite a lot of points. Winning will give you 10 points straight up, so if a team manages to win this one, they might just be able to overtake Ronins entirely because as of now, Ronins have 10 points from yesterday, and depending on how the rest of their preliminary matches go, they won't be earning more than 15, if I'm not wrong. So they definitely have a chance to be overthrown by some or the other competitor. And since we are spectating multiple matches at once, we will also be getting more of the tournament storylines at once. So if your math is good enough, you can actually start figuring out who the winner will be before we even get to the finals. Now, my math is dog. It is bad. So it will be up to you, Orbital. You have to do the calculations.
Crips, I think you know the golden rule. You know, you and I might be miles apart, but there is a singular rule, I believe, of the casters, which is casters don't do math on stream. It is a terrible
You agree with me.
Never do math on stream, yet we will try our absolute hardest to do so because it's funny, it's silly, and I like to be wrong. But I do agree. We will try and keep track as best you can because these matches are finishing up at different points. So really, the idea is, I do agree with you. The max number of points that you can get is so close to other players, especially when you're running on the lower end of the bracket side. Like, again, when you're only earning 3 or 5, you're like, I have to get every piece. I don't want to win by 1 point. I don't want to sit there at 11 and be able to take it away. I want to sit there with 15, 16, 17. You want to have that safety number in mind. And I got to ask, I'm kind of curious to you, right? Because they're underdogs, does that mentally weigh on the players? Because that has to be in the back of their mind, right? But does that actually affect their gameplay at all?
I mean, there's two ways to look at it. If you know you're the underdog, and you know you have nothing to lose, I think it might be better for you because then you play with that mentality of not trying to hold on to anything. Some Shaolin monk once said that the more you own, the more you possess, you will always be afraid of losing it. So if you're the underdog over here and if you take things in a healthy way, you will be not afraid of picking up some of these duels, fighting some of these players over here. But if you are on the top and you know that you are one of the favorites to win the entire tournament, that might just make you a little scared. So, yeah, I think that's my philosophy over here. Of course, there's another way to look at it. If you know you're one of the best out there, you will play like the best and you will have the confidence to do some moves which the others won't. So, let's see which mentality comes out over here. But for now, let's jump into G3 versus Xborg as this game is already underway. We're a little late to the party, folks. We apologize for missing out on the first 2 rounds, but we are witnessing some nice action here right away.
Oh, already the snap calls and getting the early kills, but G3 coming out with the dub on the CT side, coming out with 2 alive with John Mick. But the big question, of course, for me is this is like the early start. Everyone knows this is kind of how CS2 breaks down, right? The early rounds kind of bounce between the two. It's really about that variable of how many rounds are you actually going to space out in between, right? How many rounds can you run in a row? And especially with guns on board, this is the big turning point. For right now, G3, they are going to space out appropriately. It's a 2-3 setup, fading quite heavily into the A site. And a little bit of a missed gamble. You can see it's a 4 flood from export into apps as well as mid. Already multiple nades going out trying to stall out the information game. And if it can be identified by the side of export that there's only one on B, that might be a huge opportunity. However, mid is now going to be challenged by one. A single lone CT inside of that connector hall may or may not lose their life. Export, go ahead and get one off the board. Actually took 2 on the back end and are looking for a 3rd, 4th, and 5th. With all 5 currently alive, blind goes out. The flashbang is just too good. And now the call for the rotate. Export gonna make their way back around.
Yeah, but Xbox have multiple options right now by virtue of controlling both connector and top mid. They're going to leave one of their players over there and go all the way around the T spawn to re-aggress from A main. And there's only one CT on this A site. Both of these players are playing on different ends of the world, so trading is basically impossible. And the CT defender on the A site will lose his life, so that means the plant is inevitable. Unless someone over here can get a kill through connector. Nah, that's not happening.
Well done, right? Export coming out with some absolute heat behind it. I'm really, really enjoying it. G3, of course, there are ways to bounce back, and let's not put that lightly, right? There are so many ways to bounce back inside of FPS and inside of CS2 specifically. I think there are specific rounds that we like to call those gun rounds or major buy rounds that we get to enjoy and watch. And if your mental is in a good spot, you're able to kind of flip that script back. You can almost get a surprise factor. Unfortunately, this 5th round is not one of those rounds. G3 are running in with like 2 hero rifles and praying for an opportunity. Is that an op? I see in hand of one of the players. That's crazy to me. We're going to go ahead and see if that works. However, you lost 3 members pretty much off rip. And the T sides are just running through the rampaging arch. You can see it here. Export with 4 alive, looking so dominant.
Absolutely. Now Krax has no other choice but to save that op. It's a very expensive weapon that he's got on his hands. And Xborg will go ahead and plant that bomb on the B site. This is more of a round which Xborg didn't really have to do much. And it felt like they didn't even need to try, right? Considering they got so many kills towards every part of the map. They've just had the lay of the land, and they had all the opportunities in the world to do whatever they want, go wherever they want. Cracks, on the other hand, I do feel bad for him. I really do. He did a good job of trying to repel away all the attackers from the A side, and he's landing some decent shots as well. In fact, he's the only person on this team who has more than 5 kills. His other teammates, like Bot Lightem, John Wick, Sandbox, they have no kills whatsoever. So 0 impact in the game so far. Really hoping they can pull up their socks later on.
Oh, maybe they can. Maybe they just need guns in hand. But for right now, we're just kind of chilling out and watching this go down. Xborg setting themselves up nicely at 4-1. And most notably, right, you take a look down their line, Morphin sitting on 12 frags themselves. Ridiculous scoreline right there. So almost giving Sanbu a run for the money. Really, really enjoyable. However, Flashbang goes out, 4 pushing in mid, and Xborg chasing 1 with the lurk, right? So this is going to be a little bit of a play for information. A little bit of a tap crack, not able to find too much, but Bick is going to try and run away. That gun is taken out of hand as Bick is dead. Great little shot there. They're going to fall. Now Mickey able to follow up, get some revenge onto Cracks. Hoping for a chance, though. G3 managing okay, but now they have to play this mid game exceptionally well.
Yeah, and this can be slightly tricky. These smokes on both mid window as well as connector are about to fade, and this will expose them to almost every terrorist in the lobby right now. And because Xbox have already taken control of that B-shot ladder room, they can cut off these rotations before they even begin. The only person who can make a difference right now is Maze, as he's the lone defender on B side, and he can hear the footsteps, right? So he's going to call for his teammates and ask for assistance. Unfortunately, his teammates will not arrive on time, and when they do, they will be decapitated, clean off their shoulders. Okay, now this is starting to look a little more like a whitewash, because Xbox are having so much control. They got everything they wanted on mid. They were able to safely rotate towards B without getting punished as well. And even when G3 tried to make the early rotations, they were intercepted.
And that's a little bit of a scary thing, right? Because especially if you're used to CSGO, you're used to 15 rounds or 16 rounds to be able to win. Much shorter now. The window of opportunity to pull back from a wash, from a one-sided beatdown, you only are allowed 13. So we're already about a third of the way to that number, and G3 have to be feeling it. Export feeling as well that they can take the lead. A brutal bloodbath here as it's just
My
shot after
goodness.
shot after shot after shot. Morphan drops 2 before falling on their own, but Critic is going to try and do their own. 2 kills apiece, hunting down this last, and the last is already dead. Bick, there was not a moment to lose. Export sit on 6.
Xbox are just really riding that wave of momentum. In fact, I might be wrong when I say it's a wave. It's practically a tsunami right now. Xbox beat their previous opponents with a devastating scoreline of 13-2. And that's something, right? Xbox defeated Team Visions 13-2, and now they're leading 6-1. Yeah, that's going to work wonders for all their confidence. And you can see that confidence by how Morphan is re-peaking again and again. No flashes, no assistive utility. It's just him dry swinging out of apps and taking down 2 people, even though he knows there's 3 people looking right towards him. Now that is confidence.
When you have the absolute ego to almost say no one can touch me, that is insane. Just I never want to run into that person in my own solo queue. Like in my own matchmaking, please never do that to me. I'm gonna cry. Taking a look here, it is gonna be a little bit of a touch and go situation as Xborg are actually playing this one extremely slow. They kept track of the round situation and realized they're into a gun round. You can see it there. Great snipe by Krax, who is back on this op play. But your teammates are being lost in the sauce very, very quickly. Thankfully, Light is able to find one. But you need more than that. It's down to a 3v3. You're in a little bit of a dangerous situation as Export currently have an infiltrator in the back lines, and it works wonders. That is going to be Mickey. Mickey says, your backline is gone. A snipe missed as it's a kill taken. Export pushed to 7.
G3 thought they had it all under control. They did a decent job of funneling all the Xborg attackers towards that A main entrance and made it difficult for them to even climb up towards Tetris. But all of that defense just was swept away. It was tossed into the garbage bin as soon as that flank came in. Mickey really made a massive amount of difference in that round. If it wasn't for him and his flank, I think G3 would have had another round on the board.
Oh, 100%, right? We mentioned it. It was an okay setup. They were at a 50-50. However, because that was your gun round, you're now into this ping pong economy. Yes, you bought up in the guns, but you don't really have anything behind it, right? You're actually working with, I think, short light armor as well as very low utility pieces. So you're just kind of working with the bargain bin situation. Export on the other side are still fully bought up. They have pretty much all their nades still in hand, and that's going to leverage into the site entries. But for right now, Export, again, a lot of respect being played by them. Don't want to push mid just yet. Instead, look for those apps, play to your strengths.
There is one win condition that G3 have going for them, and it's the flank from Krax. He's pushed all the way out of Palace, and he's almost at the T-spawn now. This should give G3 enough information about Xbox whereabouts, right? They should now be able to pinpoint where they are. And even though G3 have all the information in the world, they're not rotating in, at least not in time. Their teammate on the B side will die, even though they knew for a fact that Xbox are going to hit B. So they're a little late to the rotate, but hopefully they can catch up. Krax is already behind them, and he's working slowly. All that John Wick needs to do is stay alive, and stay alive he cannot. That leaves Krax in a very vulnerable position. He gets swung by Mickey and taken down.
I mean, Xborg, listen, they might not have had the most amazing time in the first tournament, but put them on CS2, they are looking dominant. And this makes me actually question, right, how well they did in their previous round against Visions, right? I almost want to know the scoreline of that matchup and how crazy that was. I'm wholly impressed with what they're putting down. And it's not only Morphan that's getting all these kills. It almost feels like Morphan is stealing kills away from the teammates, right? There's a difference between a player carrying and players almost fighting for kills, and this feels like Xborg are actually fighting for the kills because we're seeing glimpses of greatness on the other side of the players. So like Xborg are playing so well together. I'm loving this. G3 though, with guns in hand, very few to say the least, or actually most of them, they're gonna try and use them, but they can't.
They will try, definitely, but it doesn't really seem to be going in their favor. John Wick does not have the range on that MP9. He needs to get closer in order to make an impact. And guess what? He won't even be offered a fight over here. This was barely anything. Maybe this op can make a difference. But even though he gets that kill, it's onto Morphan, who's just causing a distraction over here. That's a ruse. All his teammates are already planning on the B site. And he's done a really good job of keeping that AWPer distracted towards the palace area.
Mhm. And it's a clinical understanding of how to deal with ops, right? I think Krax has done this 3 times now. Every single full buy round, even eliminating any utility pieces, you force them into this do or die situation, and most of the time they're going to choose die. The reason I say that is you can see here, you're trying to save the op, right? It's such a large econ impact that you have to save. If you try and give it up for free by taking a risky 1v3, it doesn't work. Like you just lose out on so much value. So it is
Exactly.
constantly this kind of heavy weight on the back of your mind. And Xborg know how to exploit that factor. It has worked. We have seen Cracks consistently be the last player. I don't even think it's their own fault. The only fault that they have ever drawn is playing with that op, and that's not even a fault to begin with.
Exactly. It's not even a fault to begin with. But Xbox have so much money that they can afford to throw their bodies away in order to make sure Krax doesn't carry the op forward. I mean, Sandbox is yet to get a kill. He's yet to make any impact in this game. Almost everybody else on G3 is on single digits, and Krax seems to be the only person who can carry the team. But now that he's dead, this round
Oh
is
my
basically
gosh.
done for already.
Morphin finally gets taken out, but dropped 2 very, very quickly on and almost cleared out this A site. And because of that, the hard rotate from G3 to rotate over to the A site means that they've left B site pretty much open. So it's a guessing game, right? How nicely is G3 able to rotate and clean up and cover their bases, whereas Xborg just kind of have to pick a connection area. And right now, it is shooting through connector. You go ahead and take a piece, try and smoke out and blind out. But look at this split.
Nice.
Well done by the side of Maze. Maze able to grab 2. It's down to a 2v2, one of the closest rounds we've seen so far, and yet it's still Xborg that feel they have everything in the palm of their hands.
This is the best odds that Light M is going to find. Cryptic and Big Boy, both of them heading towards him at once. No, it's just him by himself, and he deals with the problems. G3, even though they started off with an eco-ish situation, they managed to get their hands on certain weapons. They had 2 rifles through the middle of the round. And I thought, yeah, maybe that should be enough to help them secure another round, maybe put a second on the board, but it just simply wasn't. Xbox had so much control on mid, they were able to go towards the B site without any resistance whatsoever. And after that, it's just a piece of cake. Now, last round of the half, and they are just rushing in. Sandbox getting his first kill off the game, and that's all that he will find. Cracks peers through the smoke. Brave peek over there, but he makes a difference and he gets another kill. His teammates, though, when they try to make the same move, they will pay the price. And he had no idea that Morphan was sneaking in from connector, so he too will be put to his grave. It's all up to Maze now in a difficult 1v2.
Oh, maybe not so difficult. You got a blind kill, and now swapping out to the AK. Gotta reload. It's a guess game. Can you find Critic? Unfortunately, Critic knows exactly where you are. So it's a dance, but you win it! May's able to find it! What a clutch up! 3 in a row! G3 put their second on the board to end the first half.
Heroic performance from him over there in the end. He had all the odds stacked against him, a 1v2 to begin with. But a little bit of an overextension from the guy who was playing triple, and that puts him in a 1v1. And as soon as the plant goes down, Maze pretty much knows where his opponent will be. Then all he has to do is land the headshot, and that is the round. But a 10-2 half. I don't think this is enough for them, Orbital. This is going to be a steep uphill climb for G3.
As much as we say, you know, you got to look at the positives, you also have to look at reality, and I got to agree. G3, it's not looking great. Now, of course, we did see a shakeup just like in our previous matchup with GG Chronicles, right? They looked much cleaner on their attack. They ran, I think it was 5 rounds in a row, pretty much snuffed out any opportunity for Ronin to come back. So maybe we get to see G3 do that. Maybe we get to see that bully momentum work. However, this opening pistol will tell a very certain tale. You can see the first shots going out, and Critic's still alive, allowed to even almost reload. And because of that, the rest of the team is able to rotate. Xborg able to field one of the defenders to get over to that side, and it's a trade out. Multiple members dead on both sides, but G3 coming out with the man advantage, but a drop behind as the rotate from the defenders are going to come around. The CT squad hard splitting out. And going to take 2 different angles to find the last 2 members of G3.
Bunkers down. They're all expecting the CTs to flood in from market, but they're both coming in from short. And now that information has been relayed over, John Wick needs to find this opening one by one. He pulls out the flash at the wrong time, and that is it. Xborg win the pistol, and by doing so, they have secured all the momentum they need to finish this game in style.
Oh man, it was looking good too. G3 gets the jump on the side of Xborg, in that catwalk position, but I mean, you can see some of the differences, right? Just individual skill wise, G3 unfortunately are not up there. So I commend them. Very, very well done for how far they've come. But Xborg just look a little bit better in those situations. Maybe we get to see a change up though. We do see 2 hero rifles coming out. Light as well as Maze are going to be rocking those. If they can make some magic happen, if they can surprise Xborg, that might be their opportunity to kind of steal away a march.
Yeah, but Light doesn't have any armor, so he's gonna get aim punched really easily. And Xborg have all the rifles in the world they require. It's just down to him. He started off with an AK, doesn't even get to see an enemy before his teammates are all dead. Hey, but if you're speaking about the positive side, the silver lining here is that he has the bomb on his back. If he can somehow isolate these fights and get the plant down, he should have enough money to allow his teammates to buy again in the next round. But then again, that would mean that Xborg is already at map point.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate side, and they are Xborg 1 round away from pushing into the grand finals and going to that third, the best of 3 scenario, if you will. Looking on a handle, we are getting to maintain an opportunity. We have gotten word that the last quarterfinals finished up a few minutes ago, and the fact that Xborg may be making a run straight to the grand finals this fast is absolutely insane to me. They're wasting no time. A quick flash over the top is going to secure them control over this mid. A smoke to try and cut off connector by the side of G3, but I'm not sure it's going to do enough to deny the opportunity from Xborg.
Nah, not nearly enough. Xbox are not going to respect any of their util. In fact, you can already see one of their players pushing out towards Paladins. With this, he should be able to hear the footsteps of G3 members rotating and pulling away from this area. Xbox should now have enough information to make their rotations towards the B site more concretely. Critic, my bad, knows that there's multiple underpass, so he's just looking for an opportunity, and an opportunity he will be rewarded. Sandbox does trade him out, so that's his second kill for the game, and if there's any time to step up, it is now. Big boy,
that
though.
Was one of the chances. Oh, the shoddy. You were talking about it earlier, Crips, saying the shoddy is so good. But that's a turn. Are you kidding me? The swing back is so good. Morphan said, I am the better shooter. Watch me now. John Wick, the last one alive. Isn't going to work. It will be Xborg to go ahead and converge on the victory. One of the more dominating matches that we've seen here, 13-2.
And if I'm not wrong, their previous victory as well was 13-2. So Xbox are just basically they're turning this tournament into a little bit of a speed run, winning both of their matches 13-2 and getting to the finals already. We have our first finalist of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Xborg. They have definitely secured themselves a minimum of 8 points for the day and hoping that they can get more. If they do get to that 10-point mark by winning the entire tournament, they should be able to give Ronin a serious run for their money.
If we see them continue onwards and win this finals, right? That's the other side of it. They earn points for making it to the finals, but you can't rely on luck. You can't rely on just those simple points. You need to take that dub as much as possible. Now, for everyone tuning in, I want to give you a very nice update here. The fun fact is, we thought we were going to be simultaneously casting these 2 games here. It was going to be a little bit interesting to watch and see everyone kind of fly through. But considering how fast Xborg won this game, we now get to watch the full other semifinals matchup here. It is GG Chronicles versus DGL. And keep in mind, DGL having the longest match time means that GG Chronicles are in for maybe a marathon as well.
Yeah, that definitely was a difficult game for DGL. It was a rather long, drawn-out process, so they had some difficulties trying to overcome their previous opponents. GG Chronicles, on the other hand, I wouldn't exactly say that they were struggling against Ronin, but they did wrap it up 13-8. I think that's a decent enough scoreline. Now, GG Chronicles versus DGL will definitely be a battle for the ages, as both these teams have the habit of playing longer games, unlike Xborg, who hasn't really faced or really hasn't given away more than 2 rounds to their opponents so far.
And I mean, to be fair, we've only seen Xborg so far on Mirage. I'm kind of scared to see what happens on the other maps, right? Like, I'm very interested to see how this breaks down, and maybe it is just the Mirage effect. If we see GG Chronicles and DGL also face off on Mirage, that's going to spell a story as well, because you have to realize, as much as we're watching this tournament, the teams are also watching each other as well. They're scouting, they're getting information, they're realizing who's strong, who's not. Let's keep track of all this information. Do we actually want to run Mirage? Even though it's one of our better maps, it's the opponent's even greater map. Do we want to have that happen? So much to kind of think about here, and so much to watch for as we wait to get underway. And I think we do already have the map set here. I'm very excited to see. I don't think it's Mirage. I think we're going to a little bit of a different location.
All right, that would be nice. We've casted 2 games of Mirage so far. Some variety would definitely be appreciated over here. Do you think it's going to be another simple map, like perhaps Inferno or Dust 2? Or do you think we're going to be indulging in a little bit of tomfoolery in Vertigo or something along the lines of an Anubis?
I'll be honest. I hope it's Dust 2. I hope we go back to like the old tried and true of like 75% of the matches played in competitive or played in your matchmaking is Dust 2. Like I hope so. The reason being is I love the map, right? It is my homestay. It's a map that feels comfortable to me. And so I want to see it more. Unfortunately, it has fallen out of favor by a lot of competitive players. They just enjoy it as much. And so I don't get to see it as often. But when I do, it's silly, it's funny, and I love the fact that you can actually tell there are player frustrations in the map as well. Like, you literally see them, they don't enjoy it. However, I don't think we're going to see it. If anything, I would field Anubis. I think if there is any time to get a little bit silly and both teams realize they're up in a tough matchup, I would expect to see Anubis come out just to try and shake things up on either side.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with your sentiments about Dust 2 being the staple map of CS2. That's what you get pretty much 50 to 60% of the time whenever you're playing ranked or premier or competitive or anything like that. Although I understand when in the professional circuit people feel frustrated by watching Dust 2 again and again. It's been around for like ages. That map is probably older than I am right now. So I understand why players feel frustrated. I think the only team that still enjoys playing Dust 2 to some extent would be G2. But that would be if they are in a winnable capability, right? I mean, right now their lineup is nowhere near as good as they used to be. And because of that, people are really starting to prefer Anubis because I don't think teams have fully explored all the possibilities yet. We are yet to see a breakthrough in that map like what Astralis did in maps like Inferno and Nuke, right? Back in 2018, Astralis would absolutely change the meta and force the other teams to adapt whenever they were playing on these 2 particular maps. Now we also, to some extent, changed the meta of Nuke and how they made the T side of Nuke very relevant again. So I would love to see teams do that on Anubis as well. I don't think we can safely say that one particular team is the best on this map. But we have Inferno, not as staple of a map as Dust 2, but it's still one of the older and one of the more beloved maps.
One of the more enjoyable ones as well.
Yeah.
I say that, but at the same time, it's one of those that I will rush Banana 9 times out of 10, and that one time I don't, it's because I died in mid. Right, like that's my 2 options. I don't really have any other go-to, so we'll see if it happens here. We are going up against the D-Gen Legends here. Gotta love that name. So
yeah,
we're gonna see.
It reminds me of myself.
Here. Ah, yes, it is. By the way, I just want to point out Taco Police. The usage of little pieces to draw your name out like that and put a little bit of a weaponry in there. Aces, right? Perfect.
Yeah, really interesting. I loved the era when everyone would use these special symbols and characters to draw stuff, which was super innovative.
Right.
I think creativity in CS2 peaked in 2014 when they enabled the use of all these special characters. People would be drawing ops, AKs, and sometimes even NSFW stuff in their names with all these symbols.
Okay, so as a player, yes, I loved it. as someone getting into casting at that time, I cried.
No,
right?
yeah,
Like, you're
that
just
was
like,
a
"Oh,
nightmare.
God."
Like, imagine there's just a symbol of an op in front of you. What do you call that guy? That would be so
Yeah,
difficult to cast.
I would sit there and just cry. I would just sit there and cry. We are, of course, getting through some of these moments, but we know the map at least, right? We know what's going on here, and I think that can be identified. Inferno has drastically different flavors than the likes of Mirage, and I think to me, the main difference is the chokeholds, right? You take a look down this map, there are so many different areas that if you are not accustomed to it, you're actually going to fall behind very quickly. If you don't push banana properly on the T side, you're lost. If you don't push mid properly, you're lost. If you don't push inside of the apps, you're lost. There's so many issues that good teams will exploit to put their opponent in the ground.
Exactly, right? And this is just us speaking about stage 1 of the game when you're just supposed to push in. There's so many teams who will push in, leave one particular player over there, and the rest of them will rotate towards another part of the map again, leave another player on that part as well, and then just keep ping-ponging around between banana and top mid until their opponents are just left dazed and confused and have no idea what's going on. So just getting in towards that side is one of the problems. There's so many more that you can build up for. So many more problems that you can add to the plate of your opponent, and that would just basically overwhelm them. Although I have to say, fundamentally, when you said that you rush banana 9 times out of 10, I cannot relate to that. I am not the kind of person. I would wait 30 seconds and then go banana, because I know for a fact that everybody is going to bombard me with shrapnel and nades and molotovs, and I don't want to lose most of my HP doing that. So I dread rushing banana. It's nightmare fuel for me.
So the reason I do that is because it harkens back to what you talked about in game number 1, is the fact that the P90 is there. I am a P90 user to the day I die, because before, back in the old days of CS Source, I was a scouter, right? The days of you don't run op, right? Those are the days where the op was like, that's the crutch weapon. It's not, you don't want to use that. You want to use a scout. You want to use this like skill weapon. As soon as it changed to the op, I was losing fights left and right, and I couldn't use the scout as much anymore. So I said, okay, what's the next thing? I can't aim. I never learned how to control spray patterns on the AK, on the M16 or anything like that. So I said, what's the easiest way to do this? Cool. P90 just rushed down a hallway. It was my bread and butter. So I have not learned from my mistakes. That is the only reason I will rush. So I love the fact that you at least have the fortitude to wait 30 seconds before you run into death.
It's difficult for me to do so. Okay, so there's certain things about us that are really similar, and then there's certain contrasts which really make us different people, right? I love spraying as well. I am not the kind of person who will be able to land one taps. So I rely on my spray pattern. In fact, I pride myself on that, because in CSGO, I was the kind of person who would just go into those recoil control maps, memorize the hell out of the spray pattern, and I used to pride myself in my ability to land all 30 bullets of my AK on the same spot. I was that guy who would be the spray demon. In CS2, I can't do that anymore, because even though technically they haven't really changed anything, it just feels different. It feels like I can't control the AK as well as I could in CSGO. So I don't really spray anymore. And thankfully, because of all my years of playing, I can, to some extent, land my one taps. I'm not boasting. I'm not flexing. I'm trying to be as humble as possible over here. But again, when the switch from CS 1.6 to CSGO happened for me, even I was a little flustered that way. I was never an opper, but all my teammates who were op connoisseurs and sniper connoisseurs, they would complain so much that, hey, the CSGO op feels different. And now when they've switched to CS2, they complain again. And I'm like, bro, can you not enjoy things for once in your life?
Just enjoy the fact. Just enjoy the game, and it's difficult.
Exactly.
Right, at the same time, it's difficult, but you'll get there, right? When I lost my scout, I was so sad. I think the biggest patch difference was in CS:GO, right? Where they shifted the scout's power. You used to be able to jump and take shots and be able to land.
Oh yeah, that was broken. That was busted.
It was so much fun. Listen, it made it easier for me. I would run and gun, I'd jump around a corner and take a shot, and maybe I landed. That was like a 70-30 for me. Now it's like a 20-80. Like, I ain't hitting that for anything. It's terrible. But I love the fact that the little changes came through, because the other side of it, you're talking about one taps, you're talking about landing every bullet. I was so bad at sprays. on CT side, I made it even worse for myself, by the way. I wouldn't run the negative. I wouldn't run the negative. That was too disrespectful for me, right? Like the auto sniper
Yeah, I
and
never
the
did that
negative were
either.
bad for me.
Yeah.
I would run on CT, P90 and 5.7. The only
5.7,
reason for
yes.
that, yes. The only reason for that, it was not a technical reason. It wasn't like, oh man, it's because the 5.7 feels better in my hand or anything. It's because both the P90 and the 5.7 technically have the largest clip or the largest magazine size of both the main weapon,
More
and the
bullets at your
pistol.
yeah. So
I know. outside of the dualies, I was like, this is all I'm doing.
Yeah, I mean, I was never a P90 fan.
Hmm.
I became quite comfortable with the UMP. So I'm like, yeah, $1,200 for a decent amount of ammo and I can guaranteed get a kill. I would always go for the UMP. It was more economical for me. And I mean, I would almost never have the money to buy P90. If I had 2,350 at my disposal, I would just spend a little bit more and get the AK itself. So I was more of a UMP kind of guy. But later on, when they added the Tech 9, and given the way how the old classic players like Olaf and all this KRP and all these guys used to run the Tech 9, I became a fan of that gun. And since that day, I stopped buying SMGs altogether. I would just buy Tech 9 whenever I was on the T side, and I would use it as well as an AK.
Oh my gosh.
I was landing long range headshots with the Tech 9 so consistently that I felt that, yeah, they need to nerf the Tech 9 in some way. And they did nerf the Tech 9, but no, it was still busted.
Were you one of the players to try out the revolver before it got patched in about 8 hours?
I hated it. I don't like firing delay at all. Yeah, sure, you can hit like 99 for one, but what's the point if I can't even connect that body shot, right? So I stuck to my deagle. And I'm not even a guy who uses the deagle all that much. I mean, I would still take the 5.7 or the Tech 9 any day over the deagle.
It's very interesting to actually discuss that as well, like the favorites of players and why they enjoy those particular guns. Because I would say, outside of a few others, in terms of the round-based FPS genre, CS2 and CSGO and all those will always be one of the most technically challenging ones. Like the technical skill that you have and what you feel is so minute, because you take a look at Valorant, right? You take a look at Valorant, you take a look at some of these other FPS, there's so many other things going on and so many other things that can affect the game. You're talking about like abilities of each agent over there and all that stuff. In CS2, you're literally confined to about 17 primary pieces, which is your pistol, your main weapon, and 4 to 5 different sets of nades. That is it. That's what you're running with. And to be able to identify what strength each one's bring and be able to push your level of gameplay, you're not going to see this exceptional jump when you swap weapons. It's literally a very slight 5% increase on your skill. I love the fact that we can sit here and talk and it's like, hey, these are the pistols that I enjoy because it gives me that 5% increase. It gives me that 7% increase of feeling of comfort of ability. That is something that makes CS so good, I think. Because for players, for someone on the outside, you're not going to see it that much, right? But for us players that are in there 50 hours, 100 hours or more, or, you know, what is it, like the 2,000, 3,000 hours that we see sometimes, those minute differences are quite literally the key difference between you losing a game and winning a game.
Exactly, and the more hours you dump in, that effect keeps on stacking, right? You said, you mentioned that there's going to be like a 5% or a 7% increase, and at first that doesn't seem like a lot, but then you pour 1,000 more hours in, that gets to 10%, 1,000 more, that's 15%, and before you know it, you're like 30 to 40% better as a player, and that is a big number now. So the effects just keep on stacking. Also, I'm glad that you mentioned Valorant, because these two games are just moving in such wildly different directions now. Valorant as a competitive FPS is moving more along the lines of a league system where Riot is trying to build up their VCT circuit. They're partnering up with teams and they're going to keep adding teams from different regions every year. So they have like a massive league system going on, whereas it was there in CS to some extent. I mean, some TOs like Blast and ESL were running their franchise leagues and whatnot until Lord Gaben himself came down from the upper echelons, greeted his peasants with this notice that no tournament organizers can run franchise systems now. So CS2, Valorant moving in starkly different directions right now. And I think this is a very pivotal point in FPS history, right? Where these two games are basically the spearheads of the tactical FPS community. Uh, I mean, you can probably count Rainbow Six as a tactical FPS as well, but honestly, who enjoys that game? I don't. So I have a.
Ooh.
I'm throwing some shade over
Get
here.
the Twitters, get all the social medias, call it, clip it, do what you gotta do. Oh my gosh.
So in my opinion, I still think that Valorant and CS:GO are like the leaders of the tactical FPS community, and the fact that both of these games are moving in such different directions really makes the future an interesting place.
And we see that even in the streaming community, right? We
Yeah.
see all of these games starting to gain larger and larger communities, and that's also the side of esports, right? Esports is growing as not only a competitive field, but as a pastime. No longer are we confined to our mother's basements or those small downstairs dwellings. We're coming out into the light and we're seeing more people join in. And for those that are out there, maybe even wanting to get into the community themselves right now, here at Paladins DAO community tournament and also the community in general, there are so many other groups and so many other sponsors that have given us so much here and trying to create the opportunity for you at home to enjoy it as well. Paladins DAO, of course, at the nameplate, but there's so many others, right? Cetify, GG Chronicles, and Games.gg. If you're interested, Games.gg is also the home of the hashtag GAM3 Awards or Game Awards, and it highlights Games.gg's mission to onboard the next 100 million plus gamers into Web3 through game discovery content, live streaming, community events, as well as much more. For that, go ahead, check them out later on social medias and all that. However, right now, we are now into this game, once again, back onto Inferno with DGen Legends as well as GG Chronicles.
GG Chronicles, they seem to be a pretty good team, and I really have to point out for all of those who are tuning in right now, two of their players you definitely need to keep your eyes on. One of them is Sanbu, the other one is Neri. Sanbu was pivotal in GG Chronicles' performance in their previous quarterfinal game. Neri also stepped up towards the tail end of the game later on, but it took him some time to get into action, to get into the groove and find his footing over there. Unfortunately, we did not get to see the match of DGen Legends, but they are here. That definitely means they've done some really good things in their quarterfinal games in order to qualify for the semis. And now let's see whether they can make it to the finals or not. Keep in mind, we already have our first finalist of the day. Xpog is waiting for these guys over in the finals. And I'm pretty sure that the players of Xpog are going to be spectating this game as well and trying to get a feel of how these teams perform. Hopefully, they can use this information against them.
And the scary factor for that as well is I just have to highlight the fact that your finalist opponent crushed this angle is crazy to me, right?
Exactly.
These teams are currently playing, and you're like, oh, how's it going to work out? Well, here's how it breaks. As we are getting into it, we can see the kills going on. Sanbu is actually going to get Taco Police on the end. And I do apologize. We are actually moving through this round very, very quickly. So the UI, we will get updated here in just a bit. But I think Sanbu is actually running it down. Oh, no. I think we're still on button check. Still on warm-up. Am I correct?
Yeah, I think we are still
Okay.
on warm up. So
All right, so I was like, my brain's losing it right now. I'm like watching the skill feed go off, but yeah, we are in warm. But the idea that your opponent pretty much cleaned house on their side of the bracket in less time than it took for you to even start up your semifinals matchup has to be weighing on them.
Exactly.
And
That's a massive statement.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, both the games that Xbox were able to win were 13-2 whitewashes. Straight up one-sided games. They demolished all their opponents and just speedrun their way towards the finals. And I'm glad that you pointed this out, that they are basically done with all of their games before the semifinal games even begin for DGen Legends and GG Chronicles. Now, that is saying something.
And the main thing as well is I also worry, at least in my opinion, when it comes to community tournaments, this factor of the factor of if you are not comfortable in these scenarios, you actually lose out quite heavily, right? If you're not comfortable or you're running a little bit longer and your energy levels get low, that's what a long game can do to you, right? The endurance test is very difficult. Right now, we are into round number 2. It looks like GG Chronicles actually won round number 1, and now we're spacing out, right? We are looking at Vangs to hopefully claw this back for DGen Legends, and they're actually doing quite well with only pistols in hand. They're winning out in some of these gun duels. Sanbu is able to follow up on one, though, and being able to get a 2-piece here in this match is putting it into a dangerous spot. DGen Legends, though, still trying to fight back. Sanbu finds a follow-up, and it's down to a 2v2. Onto site they go. The bomb is already down, and the regens, the degens, run it hard. Apex hoping to get this last one. It's down to a 1v1. You know where they are, and it's gonna be the dub. Apex ensures that it is 2 rounds in the favor of the man. Was that so close?
That was indeed really close. A rather expensive round for both these teams because DGen Legends also forced up. GG Chronicles, of course, by virtue of winning the pistol round, will be able to afford weapons naturally, but they lost 4 of their members, which means they will now have to reinvest into armor, and that can be quite expensive. It will delay the op purchase for them. But DGen Legends, they are going for a super risky buy. They have M4s on most of their players and half armor as well, but Taco Police is basically playing with the scout. And in normal situations, I would call it a glass cannon, but he doesn't even have an op. He doesn't even have armor. So he needs to land some nutty headshots in order to make this one count.
It's not a glass cannon, it's a glass gun. That's all we're gonna call it right now.
It's just a gun.
Yeah, and Vangs, unfortunately, getting the better of that trade. Sanbu tried to rush up through apps, and unfortunately, they lose a member running down, but they're still able to make it inside. However, the drop down is going to work almost in their advantage, and they do pull it off. They get the kill. Apex is dropped quite low. Now the clearing of the other side. Alex says, no, you don't get to worry about that one. A cleanup of 2 leaves the 2v3, and it's going to be DGen Legends trying to hold on. Alex is able to find another down to 1. Apex is the last one alive once again. DGen Legends saying, we are having a fantastic time. Again, they had the gun opportunities. This is round number 3, and because of that, they will close it out. 3 left alive, 3 guns carried over for the 4th to come.
I like how GG Chronicles were able to take over the site, but their post-land position was really questionable. Most of the people did not even get into proper post-plant positions. They just sort of rushed out of the smokes and gave up their lives. And DGen Legends were able to capitalize on all of that. Their aggression after the bomb went down definitely was unnecessary. So DGen Legends were offered a couple more frags, which enabled them to crunch the A site from multiple angles. And basically, they never needed to check for all the angles in the post-plant situation, making their job slightly easier. This time around, DGen Legends once again are going for a full-blown banana rush, only to be mollied off. And these are 2 different mollies, so you will be awarded with multiple kills. Alex barbecuing 2 of his opponents alive. Finally, the spray from P90. Sanbu is able to convert that into another kill, but Alex is still on a roll, picking up his 3rd frag of the round.
Such a heavy mistake. We talk about it, right? There are some mistakes that happen in these community tournaments, and that's one of them. You can't allow yourself to die to util like that. Frags, I can understand, but a molly on the ground, you have to take care of that quickly. However, because of that happening, DGen Legends have given themselves such a wide opportunity to reload at such a bad time and still almost made it. Of course, that'll be Taco Police to finish it with a chicken in error running across the floor. By the way, that is great. The error sign actually the chicken
right?
running across.
It is a chicken.
So funny.
Yeah, I mean, even I was wondering what could it be. I thought this was an element of the custom HUD or something like that, but no, it's just a bunch of chickens.
It's yeah. All right, but getting back to it, right? GG Chronicles, it felt like they had a handle on it, but that molly was so good. DGen Legends capitalizing on that mistake.
Yeah. I mean, that whole reload shenanigan was amusing to look at, to say the least. But they got a hold of the round in the end, and DGen Legends are now tied up in terms of score. GG Chronicles, on the other hand, have just a couple of nades to work with. A nade and a flash on Gushi, and Apex has a Molotov. That's pretty much it. Nudie gives up his life by peeking in towards mid, but somehow he's able to help one of his teammates get in towards shot. Now, unfortunately, they will not be able to plant, even though they have this map control. Oh! That's what happens when you give over the op to your opponent. He turns it around and kills Taco Police. Now this round has really opened up. Arch control is available to GG Chronicles, but unfortunately Sanbu jumps right out of apps, straight into the waiting arms of his opponent.
And I think that's them. I think that's GG Chronicles getting a little bit antsy, right? This is still the start of the game. You can slow it down a little bit. Check your corners. Make sure to go through the basic checklist. Don't feel rushed. As soon as you feel rushed, you play into your opponent's hands. So DGen Legends, for their strengths, are legends so far in getting into the minds of GG Chronicles, right? Sanbu had that op. I love the fact that you pointed it out. It was taken from DGen Legends, but you lost it. You had an opportunity to play with it very safely, to play very smartly with it, and you've lost it. Coco, though, on their own right, are going to try and find a way to try and get this bomb back. It is currently in the middle of a banana, one of the worst hangouts to try and hang on to. And I mean, you don't really have a choice. You're going to try and work your way around. Do you check the proper corners? Only a couple seconds left. And wow, that is crazy. Deep Pro knew exactly when they were coming around the corner.
Timing on DGN Legends is actually perfect. Except for the 2 rounds that they lost at the start of this game, they seem to be in control all throughout. I mean, they don't over-rotate, they don't necessarily give up their lives by overcommitting or over-peaking, and they don't seem to panic. So I think that's the best state to be in, at least mentally. Because we saw instances of panic from GG Chronicles. We saw that they got excited when they had that AWP under control, but then they just gave up all that advantage by jumping out of APP straight up. In this round, though, GG Chronicles are avoiding banana like the plague. And rightfully so, because DGen Legends have been using their utility in a very good way on banana. So that really eats up most of GG Chronicles' HP when they try to go there. So this time, they flip the script. They get in towards mid, and no! T-Pro had the worst instance of timing. Pulled out the smoke the moment his opponent peeked, and that's an instant kill for GG Chronicles. Now let's see how they capitalize on this one. No smokes towards pit, no nades over there either, and they're just gonna go in straight up. Alex GG lining up for a Molotov, but that will not deny the plant. The bomb will still go down.
Will be planted, and DGen Legends now have to try and finagle their way out of this rough scenario. And keep in mind, Taco Police currently sitting on that AWP. It really limits your opportunities and some of the decisions that you can make. Right, you can't take a close range battle. You can't really set up for anything, and we fall right back into that AWP scenario that we talked about in the last game. You are going to prioritize the safety of hanging on to that AWP over sometimes helping out your teammates. So GG Chronicles go ahead and push to 3 rounds with 4 members alive.
Okay, now I am a little concerned. In their previous game, GG Chronicles would often hunt down any of their opponents who were saving the AWP or carrying any weaponry forward into the next round. And GG Chronicles could afford to do it because they were rolling in money. They were richer than the Swiss bank. So they can afford to hunt players down, lose weapons in the process if it means that their opponents can't carry the AWP forward. That isn't the case this time. So even though GG Chronicles is in the lead, at least economically right now, the fact that they lose an AK to Taco Police, it's a red flag. I hope that GG Chronicles don't continue their tendencies from the previous game over here as well. At least not until they have a solid foothold on the economy.
Let's see what they can do. Again, gain that solid footing, gain that solid ground to work with, and that's a great way to start. GG Chronicles, find the first pick, find a second behind.
How?
Even with guns in hands, it was a brutal showing, right? Vangs and T-Pro, 2 of the members that, of course, are not lining up that scoreboard, but are priority members. That's going to be 1 kill, though. Alex J is one of the big playmakers, but once again, it's down to Taco Police and Alex JJ. Take a look, DGen Legends. Once again, on this A-side hit, questioning what just happened. This happened last round as well.
Yeah, and GG Chronicles are really just dry peeking way too often. They got their first 2 picks by dry peeking, but then they lost 2 members to Alex J. Of course, he will be avenged. Sanbu. He will make sure that he exacts the revenge for his fallen teammates, but now it's up to Taco Police, and clearing the ace side with just an AWP is a ridiculously difficult task.
You need a lot of time to do it as well, right? You need to pull the trigger 3 different times. You need to hit all the shots, and it's just not going to happen. GG Chronicles at this point, I think, have been able to knock down the econ enough to deny a full buy. I think Sear was sitting on 1950, so it's still sitting on there. So not able to do too much. The rest of the players all trying to buy up and help out. But it's going to be a rough buy. There it is. Okay, so the call for the semi-buy, the half buy, is going to come through. I was like, there's no way they full buy into this, right?
I mean, not clearly, but hey, as long as they can use these SMGs and get up close, they should be able to make it work. We are 7 rounds into this game, and I haven't seen DGen Legends push up E1 once. So this really gives GG Chronicles a lot of room to work with, right? They can afford to stay towards the bottom of mid, they can afford to stay towards the bottom of second mid, and still gather map control later on in the round. If DGen Legends was playing a little more aggressively, they would be able to call all of the GG Chronicles moves well in advance and not give them any room to work with. Simply because DGen Legends are playing a very passive game, GG Chronicles can afford to hang back and still gather map control later on in the mid round. They're going for a dry peek once again. No smokes, no flashes, just straight up peeks. And Taco Police tries to unhinge his silencer at like the worst possible time. Even Alex is in trouble. This is an assault on the A side from multiple fronts. And even though Apex had the better weaponry, he gives it over to Taco Police, that USP really dealing a lot of damage. But Taco Police now has to go all the way towards CT spawn, where Niri is already waiting. He cleared out the entire B side by himself, and now he's calling his teammates over as well.
That looked like skeet shooting. That looked like just a flying bird get knocked out of the air. Such a surprise. And then another tap. Neri is shutting down this back end, and you can see the frustration, the flustering from DGen Legends. Neri drops a 4K to secure the round. We asked for a little bit more confidence out of GG Chronicles. We know what they can do, but it's not coming from Sanbu. It's coming in the form of Neri. Sanbu, yes, with multiple kills, but the impact frags from Neri.
Exactly, right? And this is what we expected of GG Chronicles. Of course, Sanbu is still leading the charge. He's still got the highest number of frags on the board. But Neri also stepping up. And he was practically playing Duck Hunt at one point. He was shooting down people who were mid-air, jumping across that floorboard. Ooh, and you say his name once again, he delivers yet again. This time picking off Vanks. This will open up the banana region. And Niri has been doing this quite often, right? Even in the previous round, while his teammates were knocking on the doors of mid, he ventured into the B side alone and was able to get all of that control. Oh no, T-Pro. You missed your opportunity, son, and now there's a nade under your feet. Blown to smithereens. It's up to Alex J once again. He was really impactful with the M4 in this same position in the previous round, and he knocks one head clean off. Apex taken down. Seer also chiming in from the other side. This might just be a round that DGen Legends can claw their way back into.
We say that, but it looks like the damage has already been done. Alex JJ now getting burned and is going to melt
HP?
down to 1. However, you got the running kill, by the way. You got the running kill, and you have to land this headshot. I mean, you're not going to get the opportunity, right? This is Alex JJ.
Oh my god.
Where do they find? They see the body. They get it. Alex JJ on 1 HP, able to clutch it up because they slow walked. Peeker's advantage. Call it what you want. It's a dub. DGen Legends by Alex JJ. Push to 4.
And this is something that will come to bite GG Chronicles in the rear very, very often. The fact that they don't use any smokes or any flashes on mid as well is a massive red flag. I mean, think of it. In the previous round, I think it was round 7 or 6. My memory isn't really sharp right now, but Alex J was able to get a multi-kill from the exact same position on Arches, and he does so yet again, this time with inferior weaponry. And the moment he gets his hands on an M4, he turns it into a triple kill, practically a 1v2 on one single HP. You don't get to see that often, but Alex J is an exception. He repeats that.
I mean, if we get to see that time and time again, I think it's going to be good. Now, a little bit of spray through the smoke, trying to identify where Alex JJ is going. However, T-Pro looked just the wrong way. Same with Taco Police. Taco Police on the other side, not losing their life, though. Able to sprint away from that mid side, but it is a call. GG Chronicles realized they had taken over a little bit of apartments. They already got their attacker out. And because of that, members are being lost left, right, and center. Alex JJ went down as a second, and that means Taco Police falls. All of the control that DGen Legends had is lost on this A site.
GG Chronicles picking up the pace, picking up the pieces, turning up the heat over here as they just slam into the A site. They don't care about their old well being. They don't even necessarily care about clearing out all the angles or perfect utility usage. They just W key their way inside.
I'm hoping they do even more so. Like, I'm enjoying it.
you stole those words right out of my mouth.
It's so good. Right? Like, whenever we see good plays, we want to see more of the good plays. We don't want to see a drop off. And it's difficult to say that, right? Because there are always ups and downs. But you want to see a team be able to continue to collect themselves and continue to push forward. You enjoy seeing teams roll off of that. Right now, GG Chronicles are starting to do it. this round and one more will be the finisher, and that is a great swing. You know you have the player advantage. You know there's only one player left, and DJ Legends can only really look at one at a time. So now going into what is, I believe, no, we're still sitting at this 11th round. It is still going to be GG Chronicles saying we're in control. Weapons hot. Only a single hero rifle on Alex JJ, who is going to be trying to make a miracle happen.
Yeah, but whenever you have these hero rifles, you often tend to be the guy who peaks first. And if Alex JJ dies at the start of the round, that will mean his team is at a massive disadvantage. He takes down Gushi, but the two danger men on GD Chronicles, Sanbu and Niri, are still alive. And that's really what it comes down to, right? How do you use your teammates? How do you just roll into that momentum, snowball it? Taco Police playing towards the... Never mind. I thought he would have an advantage over here because his opponents weren't looking towards him. Even the Molotov did not fully clear him out, but he lost his life. At least Wangs is able to make good use of it, and that's a sick one-tap. He reloads it in time for the third! This is exactly what we needed from DGen Legends. They needed all this individual performance in order to make things easier, and now it's a 1v1. It's Seer versus Niri.
The problem is Niri has all 4 kills. Niri is looking for an ace. Niri is looking for a wash, and Seer doesn't want to give it. And anytime you face off in this situation, you have to feel like things are going around. Now, keep in mind, currently, Seer is tucked away in this back corner. We've seen what happens before. In fact, it is dangerous. Not just that, Seer not able to pick up a meter gun. Oh, and you're spotted. Oh, that's so problematic. Ace to come out for Niri. Oh, 5 on the singular player to give GG Chronicles the round once again.
Individual heroics are what's carrying both these teams forward. The 4 rounds that DGen Legends were able to get were primarily thanks to Alex JJ's solo prowess, and of course, every now and then, you have people like Wang stepping up with the Deagles. Even on the side of GG Chronicles, we were singing praises of Sanbu and Niri, and now Niri really shows them who's the boss. With this ace, he skyrockets to the top of the scoreboard and puts his team firmly in the lead.
God, it is just so good, right? Like, Niri, again, we say may not have the most frags, is impactful. Right now, they do lose their top fragger, though, as Sambo goes out, and then Niri does as well. So Apex, Coco, and Gushi all have to try and make amends. 4 currently live for DJ Legends as their deep spread here. Take a look at the coverage that they have. Banana completely cut off. They're not even covering connector between CT spawn and A-side. They're just like, we're fine. We're controlling all this space. App's not even looked at. By the way, that far side apps is just now being touched on, and yet DGen Legends still feel like they have control because they're tucked into that back corner, that drop down zone of those apartments.
Exactly. And I've been criticizing DGen Legends for not playing aggressively enough throughout the half, but when they have the man advantage like this, they don't even need to play aggressively. Usually what most teams would do, if they know for a fact that a particular area of the map is clear, they would just push into it, and that would mean that there's reduced opportunities for the terrorists to make moves on either side. But even though GG Chronicles were playing super passively right now, DGen Legends just don't take up all that free space. And now there's quite a lot of gap between the two teams. Apex slowly venturing out of apartments. He does see Seer, and that will clear out the pits area. And that forces Alex JJ to divert his attention towards the site itself. He was busy holding the mid area down, but I think he's going to be much more impactful over here as he picks up his second, runs out of bullets in the M4, so he switches over to the USP. That shouldn't really be a problem because his opponents aren't really healthy either. A single bullet should finish the job. It should do the trick, and that will be Alex J winning the round for his team.
It's all on Alex J. Like, all of Alex J is just like, please let us win. Please keep us close. We are now swapping over to the other half, and it's appropriate to mention things are looking very, very interesting. On the defensive side, GG Chronicles now have to keep pace with their opponent, and that is going to be very, very questionable, right? You take a look at the differences between the two teams, and DGen Legends on the attack, if it's Alex J running it forward, you're going to be good, right? But if GG Chronicles literally repel the singular push style, you're golden. The other side of DGen Legends have not been able to step to the plate. So this time around, I want to see the likes of Vangs, of Taco Police, of Seer, of T-Pro, all be able to methodically step up and take those dubs. At the current moment, though, the first gun duel is not going to go either way. It's a straight of 1-for-1. A look behind, though. An attempt at a pincer does not work. GG Chronicles now going to do their best. Low HP bars on the
Nice
side
shot.
of DJ Legends, but it is going to be the shots through. GG Chronicles all very healthy for this retake.
Yeah. GG Chronicles 3v3. And they've got decent timing as well. The bomb has just gone down, which means DGen Legends cannot get into those crossfire positions. There's only one of their players, Taco Police in pit, who can actually... No, it's actually Alex J in pit, who can make a lot of difference. The other two players, they're somewhat cornered. The nade chipping away at their HP, shrapnel exploding into their bodies. And as the most players of GG Chronicles are looking towards the site, Alex J peeks out of pit and cleans house. A triple kill for this man, getting his team the most important win of the half. It's the pistol.
So well done. A great stop right there. And I expect to see even more. Once again, whenever you're on the T side, feels like you have a good amount of control of where these fights space out, right? Like you get to kind of dictate, hey, we're gonna go B side, or we're gonna go mid, we're gonna go fast, we're gonna be slow. You get to dictate the pace at which your opponent is going to actually meet you in a lot of these fights, and because of that, you grant yourself these opportunities, right? For the first time, DJ and Legends actually play extremely slow, wait for GG Chronicles to actually space out, look for that pick, and instead DG Legends just pick up a free kill and now are in a 5v4 advantage.
Just running it down banana. It's up to Neri. He's super low. If he can even get one, that would make a lot of difference, but he goes down without even a squeak. It's up to Gushi and Coco now, who, for some reason, has picked up a P90. I hope that helps him get at least some momentum over here, but nope. The moment I say his name, Alex, he cleanly destroys him. It's all up to Coco now. He's a dead man waiting in the arms of Mistress Death, and soon he will be given the sweet, sweet release of death. 7-all. DJ and Legends have actually tied up the scoreline.
It's getting to those final rounds again. I'm excited. It's fun. This is crazy.
There are clear indicators on which one of these players are the ones you need to keep your eyes on, right? For DJ Legends, it's Alex J. And GG Chronicles, I mean, I would have said that Sanbu is the guy to look at, but now even Neri is stepping up. If there was one more player like Alex J on DGen Legends, I think they would have been able to win the game by now. So, 2 heavy carry players on GG Chronicles, 1 on DGen Legends. They need to make the most out of this one. Neri, good for 1. Lands the dink, but can't really clean up house. So, Apex, he will finish off the guy who was low on health, but that habit of reloading after every kill is gonna get you killed.
And the crazy thing is you should have heard the footsteps, right? You know the rest of the team is coming in. You gotta hang on to those bullets. It doesn't matter if you only have 2 or 3 in the casing. You can't reload there. So a little bit of a mistake on hand. However, the fights are still going on. DJ and Legends are taken down to 2. A little bit of task on T-Pro in the backside, giving away their position. But that is Soccer Police to say, I am the police. I am coming in from this angle side. And the cleanup, the crossfire is just too good. DJ and Legends push to 8 and take the lead in what feels like forever.
Taco Police just living up to his name, right? He sandwiched all the GG Chronicle players like they were inside of a taco. One from the left, one from the right. That crossfire is devastating. And with that, DGen Legends have actually taken the lead. 3 rounds in a row. And that basically means that GG Chronicles are hanging on to loss bonus right now. One more loss, and they will be at max loss bonus, which means they will constantly be in a state where they can afford weapons, but not utility. So they will have to call a save in one of these rounds. The question is, which one?
I would personally, very, very personally say this one, right? You can see that it's an awkward purchase from a lot of the players. I don't know if it's really worth it. However, the surprise factor might work. Neri is on one once again, getting the SMG out and firing away as much as possible, getting 2 quick kills, and that's Alex J and T-Pro, right? 2 of the players that really had impact before.
Super interesting over here. Oh my goodness, what on earth was that? They just got all the kills to begin with, and now it's just down to Coco and Apex. And they're roaming around with literally no information. They thought they knew that DGen Legends were coming in towards mid, but now that has changed.
So crazy. So crazy. Just the dances back and forth and back and forth. DGen Legends showing up when it counts. GG Chronicles, for their own right, have done very well. 7 rounds is no slouch. Still able to come back. Still plenty of time to be able to find a way back into this game. But it's looking more and more dire. GG Chronicles for Apex. It looks like they're going to try and save this gun, which I don't hate. However, they got to come up with some style. You take a look down the econ list. Yes, you can probably buy up in the next round, but DJ Legends currently has your number. They're spotting you at every twist and turn, it feels like.
Yeah, and to some extent, it feels like Legion Legends are manufacturing their own plot twists.
Yeah.
You see how this round started out, and you would assume that GG Chronicles would have the lead. Neri walked all the way down Banana, doesn't see anyone. What does that tell you? It tells you that Legion Legends are preparing for an A hit. Neri gets 2 kills, falls back, maintains man advantage. And at that point, the round is firmly in control of GG Chronicles. But then something goes down on mid, and the next thing you know, it's basically Legion Legends having more players alive. And they go all the way back towards B, the area which you once thought was fully clear. So Legion Legends pulling out a convenient plot twist and bamboozling GG Chronicles. This time, changing the pace as well. They went back and forth in the previous round, but this time it seems like a full-on commitment towards the B site.
Oh. And I'm not sure that's exactly the way you want to go. You can see a little bit of stacking by DJ Legends seemed to kind of mess them up. They tried to flush out that corner as best as possible, so a lot of util use in the initial opener, and now they don't really have any to enter onto site. You can take a look down the side. Taco Police and Seer do have their nades, but I don't think they want to commit. They got the information. Hey, let's draw GG Chronicles over. Now they get to rotate in their own way. They say, cool. Backside should be clear to a certain extent. However, if we find any lurkers, we will take their life. Apex peeks wrong, gets deleted, and now has to watch as the rest of the team on GG Chronicles tries to cover A.
Yeah, but they're going in for the wrong site. Alex J, the sole carry of the team, distracting everybody. He draws in most of the rotations from GG Chronicles towards the A side, but the bomb is going towards B, and he's still causing a ruse. He's not only being the distraction, he's also being the demolisher, getting every single kill. My goodness. Neri finally kills the Danger Man, and now he realizes, wait, the bomb was not even here. And he's been played like a fiddle.
I'm not going to lie. These matches have got me so turned around. I didn't realize A is B and B is A, right? A is currently on the lower end. And it's just crazy to me. Like, all these matches are pacing out in such a crazy manner that I am expecting, GG Chronicles to come out with the dub. And even now, Neri is like, I can make something happen. These rounds turn on its head so quickly. There's not a moment to lose. Neri now trying to manufacture their own, looking for another ace. By the way, trying to hope for another ace and trying to defuse. I was wondering what was going on. Everyone is going to fall, but Neri, a valiant attempt. And the thing that you did do right, you cut off all the econ. You took all the guns out of the opponent's hands.
Yeah, you did that, but to what end? I mean, his own team hasn't been able to put up a single round in the second half so far, so they're just surviving on max loss bonus. If they win a round and then they lose the one immediately after it, that's going to be a massive hit to their own economy as well. DJ Legends, on the other hand, sure, they lose all their guns, but almost every one of their players is they're north of the $3,000 mark, so they can afford to purchase weapons once again. And if you got Alex J running fakes, setting up distractions so easily, and GG Chronicles actually biting the bait, you can practically say that DJ Legends are in full control of this game. This is once again a slow start, and it's starting to become a little bit of a pattern over here, right? DJ Legends always start off slow. They don't really take fast map control. They just sort of wait for GG Chronicles to overextend.
And maybe that's all you need to do. Right?
Yeah.
If you go ahead and identify a weakness, you go ahead and exploit that weakness. I will do that 100% of the time. I'll fail while I do it, but I'll do it. That's the other side of it. Right now, the first initial opening, though, lends itself to GG Chronicles. They find 2, but remember, look who's on the other side. Alex, JJ, and Seer both eat a nade in the face, but still pick up the kills. Down to a 3v3, low HP on DGens, but it will work. Magic. How well can they fight this back? Take a look at the spacing. It is a slow collapse in by GG Chronicles. As long as they find the spacing, it is going to work wonders. DJ Legends buckling down.
Buckling under pressure, that too. The silver lining for GG Chronicles this time is that they have multiple people coming in from the same spot. But Alex J, once again, hiding like a ninja to its floor, turns it into a 1v1. And Coco might just be able to pull off the clutch that GG Chronicles desperately need. The clutch that will enable them to put their first round of the half on board. And he does it.
You knew. You knew where that last player was, right? You saw the spray earlier. You had the information for your teammate. You had the SMG, so the running gun factor worked wonders. You just sprint on it and you say thank you very much, and you take that dub. Right now, we are 2 rounds away. It feels like we might go to OT, but DGen Legends, Taco Police is sitting on an immense amount of money, so you can buy up everything that you want. But for the first time, it feels like GG Chronicles actually have enough to purchase a decent amount of weapons, even though they won the last round. Their buy is still a little bit awkward, so we'll see what they can do with it.
Exactly. I mean, Gushi has been purchasing weapons every single round. He hasn't ecoed even once. And even though he's had a weapon almost every single time, he hasn't really been able to get a lot of value out of it. So this is the first time where GG Chronicles have the weapons and utility as well to back it up. But they expend most of that utility at the very start of the round, and now they're left with almost nothing. But Needy says, nope, I am the one who does everything around here. And he's ballsy enough to re-peek with the underhand flash. At the same time, his teammates from top mid are going to sandwich DGen Legends, and that results in a catastrophe. 2 versus 4. Make it 1 as even another one has been put up. Taco Police, he can't even fall back to safety. He can't even get into the one safe area on the maps. Can't even get to its apps. And that will be GG Chronicles bouncing back hard.
What happened, Crips? What happened in the previous rounds? These just were running it every single time as it feels like, and all of a sudden we get that? That's insane to me, right? Just a gentle shift, and this is what we talk about, right? Every time in these FPS games, in these very specific round-based games, there are certain moments that you can collect yourself if you're behind and try and fight back. This is one of those moments. Right now, a nade goes out, and unfortunately, that's not the way you do it. Neri tried to get aggressive with it and falls instead. All 5 members of DGen Legends now sprinting into the site here, and they're going to try and find an extra kill. Double swing coming out from GG Chronicles. Go ahead and try and pin 2. However, that crossfire is locked away as Alex JJ takes advantage and snipes out the one in the corner.
There's already a flank coming in. You've got Coco moving in from the back lines, and he should be able to get the kill onto Sanbu. And this really puts GG Chronicles in a difficult situation. Gushi and Coco, even though they are on separate ends of the map, it's Coco who's bearing the brunt of it all. He's just trying his level best to throw in utility and delay the bomb plant. And DGen Legends, they're giving him all the time. They're not planting just yet.
All the time in the world. Just handed. DGen Legends don't want to leave anything to chance. They're still trying to take a look, I think, at that long angle. You can see there from CT spawn, and this is exactly why Gushi says thank you very much for kill number 1. But you lose your teammate in the response, and because of that, the chase is done. It is over. Gushi does not want a single thing to say. However, with the plant finally going down, maybe this is the chance. Maybe you can sneak in through the backside. DGen Legends, though, going for a much more orthodox crossfire setup here in the close range.
Yeah, both the players just playing towards the banana side of things. That's going to make it incredibly hard for Gucci to make a move. He has the defuse kit, but no smoke, no util to flush out any of these players. And the moment he taps the bomb, he's basically going to get double peaked. And yeah, that is it. DGen Legends turning the pace of the round, and with that, they turn the tide as well. In the last few rounds, you saw Neri pushing down Banana quite often, right? And every time he pushes down Banana, he does create plenty of impact. He gets multiple kills every time he does that. So DGen Legends say, you know what? If we can fight this guy on Banana straight up, if we eliminate him at the very beginning of the round, that will make things much easier for us. Yeah, they did fall into the little trap of losing the bomb behind them and having to recover it and everything. But hey, as long as the Danger Man is out of the equation, DGen Legends are going to have an easy time. Alex J, this time going for a different approach. I think this is the first time that they explored this boiler area, and they're doing it really well. Neri, on the other hand, still being super impactful towards Banana, but now they have another strong player over here, and that's Sanbu. As long as he's in apps, this A side might just have some stand of holding its own.
I mean, we talk about the expectations, but they got to go ahead and collect, as you said, some semblance of a defense that is quickly broken apart. However, the response back was able to trade out, but the deaths are falling quickly. Everyone falling to the wayside, and all of a sudden it's just Seer and Neri, everyone taking a kill after kill after kill. And it's a long-range battle, to say the least, right? Seer sitting on the AK, getting the plant down by the opposite hand. Neri gets one shot and one opportunity swapped out for this M, and a peek. Seer heard the footsteps, couldn't follow through, and now the blind goes out. Seer is known. Neri prepping themselves for this fight. It's getting so close. Blind goes just way far. The Molly not finding their target. Where is this target? It's going to be there. You do go ahead and get the reactionary. Neri on 6 HP will clutch it up and put GG Chronicles at 10.
Double digits found, and hopefully they will be able to find both their players as well. Sanbu got jebaited hard this time. I thought he was in the perfect position to stop DGen Legends in their tracks, but instead of fighting towards Boiler, he decided to go back to its apps, and that kind of was the downfall. But all the other players on GG Chronicles stepped up. Kuko, Apex, all of these guys held their own on the A side and gave Neri a favorable 1v1. But you need to look at the big number over here, and the big number is 40. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Alex J has just dropped a 40 bomb. That's not something you'd see often.
Nope. Not at all. That is over 2 kills per round, and it looks like that's going to continue. You're looking for even more. Maybe you can hit a 50 if we go to OT, and only time will tell. But for at the current moment, it is DGen Legends hoping to close it out here. Taking 2 early frags gives them huge momentum swing. Not only that, Alex JJ says, I found the lurk behind in construction. It is done. Banana going to hold 2. The lineup is almost there. Taco Police tries to send them all to the grave, but it's here to follow up, and it's going to be game point here. DGen Legends at 12.
Seer couldn't win the 1v1 in the previous round, so he makes up for it by picking up all the players of GG Chronicles who are straggling to its banana, really stepping up and making up for all the deficiencies in the previous 1v1. Although you have to tip your hat to Alex J. This man commands respect, striking fear into the hearts of his opponent, just single-handedly decimating everyone who stands in his way. And once again, he's going to continue on his warpath, rolling down mid, just tumbling down this entire area, pulping it with all the nades and the utility. But he eats a nade himself, square in the face, dropping him to 54.
I mean, you can work with 54. We've seen them work with way less, right? We've seen them work with far less here, but you can't work when you're dead. So Neri is going to find that kill. Taco Police taken down to 16. Again, workable, but now dead. The crossfire setup, again, this B-side hit is just not working any longer, and I think DGen Legends are realizing it. GG Chronicles finally getting wise, but not getting wise to the lurk behind. Another lurk taken away means that this hard chase coming in for GG Chronicles is not going to work. It's down to a 3v3. Danger is all abound. What are they going to look at? 3 currently planted on site, in DGen Legends saying, you got 3, cool, we'll go to A.
Yeah, I mean, the option to go towards the A side was available to them all throughout, but they just choose to exercise it now. And rightfully so, it's just in time. They will be able to secure the plant before any of the GG Chronicles player come in. Although they don't know that, right? DGen Legends aren't aware that this side is completely clear. If they knew this, they would have been here ages ago. So this is, I think, the most fair 3v3 that we will see the entire game.
Going to be a check. See the map split very, very heavily. However, Taco Police saw a little bit of an opportunity, took some snaps, and sets every single member of GG Chronicles up to be knocked down. Great fragment damage. Leaves GG Chronicles wondering. You can see a little bit of range on the back end. Taco Police trying to run away, though, as that bomb timer ticks down. And it's going to push for the GG DGen Legends. Methodical to the end. Take the dub and take the game.
They indeed take the game. Seer really stepping up in those last 2 rounds. Even though they lost their star player, Alex J, at the very beginning, Seer stepped up in that post plant and eliminated everyone who was coming in from that library side and mortar side. Also, Taco Police, great instance of timing over here, trying to defend apps, and he finds anyone who could have flanked them. So it really just comes down to your grit and determination in the end, right? You might have had Alex J carrying you all throughout the game, but in the last 2 rounds, everyone on DGen Legends stepped up when it mattered the most.
It was so good, and I can't wait to see what else they can do later on because it's going to be entertaining. We got D-Gen Legends going up against Export, and I think D-Gen Legends better just become Legends because Export are Titans right now in this finals. Please do not go anywhere. We will have more games to be played. A best of 3 series coming up here. You can see here the run that the teams have had across multiple matches here today in this day 2 of the tournament of this amazing Paladins DAO community tournament weekend. Please do not go anywhere. Get some snacks, get some water, and rest up as we will be back with an amazing series to cap off this day.
GM, it's your tournament guide, Chenglu again, here to share a message from our sponsor, Seedify. Having launched more than 70 projects, Seedify is a leading incubator and launchpad for Web3 gaming initiatives, with the highest ROI among all the launchpads in 2023. S-Fund token holders gain early access to quality hottest Web3 games at the lowest price, before they become available to the broader audience. Since gaming is getting huge traction in crypto, this could be massive. On top of this, for greater peace of mind, they also have a refund mechanism to protect investors. You can buy S-Fund token on BNB, ETH, and ARB chains. To celebrate their recent launch on ETH and ARB networks, they've set up juicy rewards for early LP providers as well. Thanks to Seedify for being our title sponsors in this tournament. Hope you're enjoying the show so far. we have an exciting announcement that the raffles will be opening up on the website soon. If you hold a tournament pass, then you can go to the website and you can enter for some exciting prizes. The link will be provided in Discord. GM, it's your tournament guide, Chenglu again, here to share a message from our sponsor, Seedify. Having launched more than 70 projects, Seedify is a leading incubator and launchpad for Web3 gaming initiatives, with the highest ROI among all the launchpads in 2023. S-Fund token holders gain early access to quality hottest Web3 games at the lowest price, before they become available to the broader audience. Since gaming is getting huge traction in crypto, this could be massive. On top of this, for greater peace of mind, they also have a refund mechanism to protect investors. You can buy S-Fund token on BNB, ETH, and ARB chains. To celebrate their recent launch on ETH and ARB networks, they've set up juicy rewards for early LP providers as well. Thanks to Seedify for being our title sponsors in this tournament. Hope you're enjoying the show so far. We have an exciting announcement that the raffles will be opening up on the website soon. If you hold a tournament pass, then you can go to the website and you can enter for some exciting prizes. The link will be provided in Discord. GM, it's your tournament guide, Chenglu again, here to share a message from our sponsor, Seedify. Having launched more than 70 projects, Seedify is a leading incubator and launchpad for Web3 gaming initiatives, with the highest ROI among all the launchpads in 2023. S-Fund token holders gain early access to quality hottest Web3 games at the lowest price, before they become available to the broader audience. Since gaming is getting huge traction in crypto, this could be massive. On top of this, for greater peace of mind, they also have a refund mechanism to protect investors. You can buy S-Fund token on BNB, ETH, and ARB chains. To celebrate their recent launch on ETH and ARB networks, they've set up juicy rewards for early LP providers as well. Thanks to Seedify for being our title sponsors in this tournament.
And welcome back, everyone. We are here ready to go with the grand finals. It is time to crown a winner here on day 2 of the Paladins DAO Community Tournament. It's been a time, right? It's been amazing. We've got to watch all of the semifinal matchups, and now we get our legends. And it is the DGen legends to come up here, but on the other side to give you a little bit of information. In this run, Export completed their quarterfinals and their semifinals before the other side of the bracket even started their semifinals. So if that shows dominance, that is what DGen Legends are currently up against.
Yeah, DGen Legends had a relatively easy time against their first opponent, Snack Club, and we just saw their match against their counterparts. Yes, they had to rely on the individual heroics on Alex J quite often, but now Alex J has a Herculean task ahead of him when he goes up against Team Xborg. And I feel like Team Xborg have had the easiest time in the tournament so far because both their wins have been 13-2 and 13-2. While most of the teams have like at least one carry player or two carry players who are leading by example, Xborg doesn't seem to need that because almost every player can lift their own weight. And I think that is going to be a major win condition for them.
Yeah, and that, I think, speaks volumes, right? There is not a single player that goes crazy, doesn't go crazy. It's the fact that one player doesn't stand out overall, and yet all of them feel like they command the spotlight, right?
Yeah.
It's not 5 mediocre players. That's a little different than what we're talking about. This is 5 stars almost being put on the same team and having a blast. They were quite literally, it felt like, chasing kills after each other and trying to steal them away from each other. That is
exactly
how good they were, and it was so much fun to watch. The scary thing is, we are going into a best of 3. So for all of these matches, keep that in mind. We will have games afterwards, and of course, the best part is playing this large of a grand finals is so difficult to do when you don't have amazing people backing you up. So I want to give another giant shout out to our amazing sponsors here, Paladins, DAO, Cetify, GG Chronicles, and Games.gg, which I will also be shouting out a lot of our other ones as well. But a really big shout out to Cetify, who is a leading incubator and launchpad for Web3 projects focusing on innovative technologies such as DeFi, AI, big data, NFTs, and Web3 gaming. By staking S Fund, you gain the advantage of early access to purchase project tokens. So if you're interested in getting into Cetify, you can enhance your position within the Web3 landscape and prep yourself for success. So if you're interested, go ahead and check out Cetify online, see how you can get involved, and if that is something that you'd be interested in. Along the other sides, I mean, there are so many other amazing groups that have made this possible. And to be able to crown a winner here, to see the huge prize pool of $2,000 into first place, I mean, that is nothing to scoff at.
Exactly. So a huge shout out to Cetify and all the other sponsors for making this possible. Just gonna name the sponsors out here because without them, this would not have been possible. Huge shout out to AI Arena, Pixelmon, MAYG, Unity, Team DAO, Shia Mafia, and Krakatoa, as well as Shrapnel too. All of these guys came together to give you this tournament, and we are heavily indebted to them for making this possible. Thank you so much for all their support.
We love it. And now getting into things, we got to get into the nitty gritty, right, Crips? Time to buckle down because we have now seen 2 unique maps. The reason I say that so flatly is because there's so many other maps in CS.
Yeah, exactly.
Maps, but we've seen 2, right? We've seen Mirage as well as Inferno. I gotta kind of give it to you right now, and this is gonna be an interesting question, right? I feel we're gonna see at least one of these maps played
again
in the pool here today. It's either Mirage or Inferno. I don't think we're gonna get both. That's my only thing. I wonder if that's true, and I'm curious because I think it's going to be Mirage and then 2 other new ones. Do you think we're gonna see Mirage and Inferno, or do you think we're gonna get 3 brand new maps?
I think one of those maps will definitely be repeated. I think that will be Mirage. Both the teams seem to be comfortable on it, so I don't think anyone's banning Mirage anytime soon. Although I do want another map as well. I mean, I'm kind of in the mood for a little bit of Ancient today. I don't know why. I just feel a lot more comfortable with the green surroundings and all the Mayan architecture. It just has a little vibe to it, and it's slowly starting to turn into my favorite map now. So yeah, let's hope for the best.
Yeah, let's get it going. Let's have a fun time here, and we are getting a little bit of a shakeup. What is this, Chris? To walk us through this one.
Dude, I saw this coming. I mean, I knew that there would be a fresh new map, but I did not think it would be Anubis. I really thought that this would be something along the lines of a nuke, perhaps a Vertigo, you know, maybe a map with some verticality would be involved. That's what I was hoping for, or that's what I assumed would happen, but Anubis is a breath of fresh air. So let's see how this one pans out. Exborg rushing into the A side, just demolishing their way in, and anybody who peeks them is just getting their head ripped clean off. Taco Police has to fall back. He has to respect the brute force that Xbox are hitting them with. Plant goes down, and DJ Legends, they're gearing up for this retake. They're going both in from the Heaven side, so this is going to be an awkward retake, but that nade is chonky. Takes away a majority of the health from the Xbox players, but these crossfires are still so damn strong.
It is just too good. Xborg from minute 1 are looking like champions already. And we were positing this, right? Between the 2 teams, DGen Legends looks like a little bit scrappier team that do have their mistakes and flaws, but Xborg looks so controlled, and the start is perfect, right? You go ahead and get a couple fresh kills. You get 3 on Mickey, who is going to be buying up that AK and looking a little bit stronger in the end. So it is well timed. I expect to see even more so to come out here, as we are going to get DGen Legends trying to defend over on this top right and say, hey, we're going to cut it off, but the mid is the main question. Look at how many people close down, and Mickey says, I found you, Alex JJ.
Yeah. That's the danger man out of the equation. So Xborg are looking clean right now. And you can tell that almost everyone on Xbox really knows how to play this game, and they're familiar with it, because almost every one of them was lining up for their utils. You saw the mollies land towards the T intersection. You saw them just jump out of that bridge area as one should, with the underhand flashes and all. So they're really familiar with the game, and it's kind of obvious that Xbox is the more experienced team over here. So Alex JJ, he has his work cut out for him.
it's if there is anyone to make it happen, it is Alex JJ. But I love the fact that we get to see the chickens. We haven't gotten to talk about it, by the way. The chickens are like the best part of CS2, and the best part of CS in general, right? I found this out once. I learned that there are, if you watch closely, especially on Inferno, if you watch the chickens, they'll give away positions of the player sometimes.
But then again, if you are looking at chickens, that means your crosshair positioning is very, very bad.
True.
So, what's it like? Is it going to be information or is it going to be crosshair positioning? It could be both if you're someone like Alex J, if you're the star player of your team. But so far, Alex J has done whatever he could. Now it's up to the rest of his team. And they're playing snugly around this backside area. But I don't think they're aware about Morphan's position. Morphan knows there's someone tucked into the corner behind the pillar, and he's relayed that information to his team. But if Morphan tries to cross this area, he will run into Seer, and Seer is good for one. He's dealt enough damage to Cryptic as well. Can he get this plant down? This is going to be a slightly tricky affair, because he knows the position of only Seer. He doesn't know where Taco Police is.
Oh, it's so critical to watch this breakdown right now. DJ and Legends need a chance, and it's actually going to be a kill. Great job by Critic, trying to tap fake plants, and is now going to wait for the swing and finds it. What a double up. 4 on Critic. 2 to start, 2 to end.
Xborg taken over this map. Alex JD had his moment. He was able to make some impact, but unfortunately, it's just not enough. He can't be everywhere at once.
I expected this, but I am still so excited watching this all break down. I'm waiting to see exactly where DJ and Legends kind of pops off, right? Alex JJ, we know, can be a mainstay powerhouse, but you need time to get off the ground. You need the weapons in hand, and so far you're already ping-ponged in 3 in a row. Means that your econ is pretty much in the toilet. For this moment, though, Critic, again, inside of the smoke, said, I can't see a dang thing. I'm still going to get those kills. Deagle is out. DJ and Legends hoping to make something happen, but Morphan still clearing it out. And again, the reads on the equipment purchases. Exports say we know exactly what's going on. You don't have the power to fight us. You don't have that control. Because of that, you are going to have to play weak. You are going to have to deal with us pushing into your face, and you will not have a single chance at stalling out. It is a perfect round from Xborg. Only Morphan to take any damage.
Yeah, and even then, he was looking fly, looking quite healthy. The fact that people like Taco Police are dying literally on CT spawn and the beach area speaks volumes about how aggressive Xborg is over here. Like, they don't stop when they have control of the site, right? They don't stop when they've planted the bomb and they're holding crossfires. Nope. They will extend ahead. They will try to cut off your literal pathway into the site before they can even offer you a crossfire that to break.
Oh man, I'm scared. I'm so scared of what's going on right now, right?
You should be.
Feel like they're on a tear, and DJ and Legends, this is gonna be their second gun round, right? This is the second time that they've gotten full guns in hand. Last time it went down to a clutch 2v1, and they lost it.
Yeah, but they are not in positions to use these weapons appropriately. I mean, they've given up complete control of middle, not even a single person towards Plateau, nobody towards Palace. I mean, yeah, sure, there is one person in Palace, but he's not looking in the right directions, and he's already missed the timing window. Cryptic has crept inside, as he should, living up to his name, and now he can pinch the B side from everywhere. And the funny part is, that's not even where Xborg wanted to go initially. They were just defaulting, right? They didn't even have a plan at the start of the round. Oh god. Just broke his ankles.
It's like the stun effect, right? It's like, oh gosh, that actually happened. Lex is going to finally fall, but I don't think it's going to matter. Take a look at that. Pew pew ka-choo. Down go the last 2. Xborg push to 5. I mean, at this point, I expect perfection out of Xborg. I don't expect them to lose a single player. Like, that's unacceptable to me.
Yeah, they haven't lost a single player in... Except for Lex, they haven't lost a single player in 2 rounds.
Mm-hmm. So good.
And Lex also wasn't... Like, he wasn't killed. It was more like he felt so cocky that he just swung out. And occasionally you will get punished for doing so, right?
Only occasionally. I
Occasionally.
get punished all the time for trying that. I get killed all the time. It's not fair. Why can Lex do that and only get punished once, right? Good flashbang, but a
Whoa.
great snap kill. Really nicely done by Alex JJ. Remember, Alex JJ being that big star player and actually did it twice. I believe with the help of a teammate, but still, it is running down. What a challenge. DGen Legends seem to have found an opportunity, but Morphin is going to try and turn it around. Gets a little bit of tag on the back end, loses 51 HP, but Taco Police and T-Pro are going to try and do their best. On the corner they go. Look at a peek and a great shot down to a 1v1. Taco Police needs to be perfect. That's going to be the bomb also carried over. It's going to be in the mid. So, Morphin needs to find a way to get it. You need to root out these last two members as well.
And this is what I was talking about DGen Legends playing super passively. We saw similar tendencies from them in Inferno as well in the previous game. And that was really costing them a lot of these rounds. And even in the first 5 rounds of this game, I said that they were playing too passively. They barely had any presence towards mid, barely had any presence towards the double door area. And now that they decide to engage over there, they actually find the man advantage. But Morphan, he finds Vangs. And now he's found Taco Police as well. He's trying his best to avoid that firefight. Scoops up the bomb and he jumps straight into the water pit. And he's just hiding. Never mind. He's just going to walk over towards the A side, right? And Taco Police had no idea. He assumed that the natural tendency for him would be to go towards Palace and maybe get into the B side, but nope. Morphan isn't playing any games over here.
Oh no. I'm so sorry. DGen Legends like had the best start that they could have had for, and the fact that it's fallen this way, I'm just
heartbroken.
Even if Taco Police can get this, it still feels so bad, right? Like you didn't want this round to go the way of having to go down to the last player. You didn't want to. We're still going to see if they can take the round. A round win here would still be appropriate. However, you know where they are, and it's just GG. Morphan takes a 4K, following in the footsteps of Critic.
Yeah, these clutches for Xbox just do not seem to end. It's Critic with a multi-kill to secure round number 4. Morphan with a multi-kill to secure round number 6. And this is after DGen Legends had a significant man advantage. The first time in the game where they decide to actually push up towards mid, crunch the double door area, make some presence towards Ninja as well. And they got everything they required out of that push. But for them to fumble the bag like this, it definitely is heartbreaking.
And you can see it there, the build-up in the econ, like 12,000 in some pockets, right? It's so crazy. However, this is a chance. Again, Alex JJ said, I'm not going to play aggressive. I am going to look for the pick, and you find it. Taco Police also fires away, gets a third for the team, down to a 2v4. Again, great scenario for DGen Legends to try and fight off.
Xborg are actually mad. I mean, they didn't even clear the entire site, but they stuck the plant regardless, knowing that Critic will be in great position to back up the planter. And now all he has to do is swing around. Taco Police dead. Seer hits the ground. It's all down to Wangs, and he's somehow able to win this fight, but at the cost of majority of his HP, leaving Mickey with a rather winnable situation. But DGen Legends finally pull up their socks and put up their first round on the board.
It took a while, but they made it happen, right? It doesn't matter how messy it looks. It doesn't matter how poorly Xborg might have played. You take that dub. I like how you put it, right? Xborg playing angry. They didn't check their corners. They didn't appropriately take measures to deal with DGen Legends.
Yeah.
And they paid the price, right? Still made it spicy. Still made it pretty dang close. But DGen Legends, they have to start realizing maybe this is something we can play off of, right? If we can get Xborg a little bit more frustrated, it's maybe a chance. Alex JJ still opening up with that first kill. Great shot. But Vic goes ahead and fires back. Big Boy grabs their first of this round. Looking for a few more on the back end, depending on how DGen Legends wants to play this defensive side.
Like, I understand that Alex JJ is the tip of the spear for DGen Legends. He is their star player and everything, but I would really love it if he stayed alive for a little longer. Like, even in the previous round, he was playing in a one-and-done position. Sure, it nets him a double kill, but he will die regardless. Even now, he goes for a brave peek towards A, gets a kill, but he overstays his welcome. Falls instantly out of that, and he gets traded out. And this leaves the entire map open for the taking. Xborg, sure, they lose Morphan, but do they care about it? Absolutely not. They know exactly where Wangs is, and they also know that Wangs has no util to clear out the rest of the teammates.
Good shot. Like, you gotta respect that one, right? Like, you gotta respect that one. Very well done to finish it off. Export currently at 7-1. Back on their dub system, right? That 1-round loss doesn't feel like it's affected them at all. Saying, hey, we probably know that we messed up, right? This could have been a perfect game. We know where we messed up. Let's keep pushing. And you can see it there in the equipment value differences, 24.9k versus 18k. It's a massive differential here.
And this is DGen Legends playing with max loss bonus. So, yeah,
From
that's
like round
definitely...
4, by the way. From like round 4. That's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. So, definitely an uphill battle for DGen Legends, but it seems like they have the equipment to scale these heights. But Xbox just keep pushing the limits higher and higher. Perfect smoke, but T-Pro is able to find Mickey through it. Slightly overextending ahead. But I don't think Xbox will care about it much, right? They've baited DGen Legends into this area, and that's the perfect chance for Critic to strike in from Palace. Almost everybody on DGen Legends was busy watching the site itself, and nobody marked Palace. This underhand flash is perfect. That's the second kill for Mickey, and finally, Critic is able to make his mark. But no, Alex JJ turns the tides, and he pushes out at the perfect time. He had to bait Taco Police to do it, but it nets them the round regardless.
Of all the moments, honestly, DGen Legends did very well there. That flank coming out of Critic could have been the game ender. And honestly, with how Xborg were playing, I expected a 4K to come out, right? That flank into a push should have ended in 4, yet DGen Legends were able to react appropriately. We're watching DGen Legends slowly acclimate to the fast gameplay of Xborg, like the excellence, right? And this is something that I really like to talk about a lot, is the fact that over time, you adjust, whether you know it or not. You start to expect certain things out of your opponent, right? And at this point, DGen Legends are expecting these awkward scenarios, right? These pincer maneuvers, these lurk positions. And being able to read that and adjust and minimize your losses is so crucial. So well done there. They're going to try and do it again, but as you said, Alex JJ, yes, you get the opening frag, but you need a bit more than that. You need 2, you need 3. You can't be dying 1 for 1 because it leaves you in this scenario. DGen Legends now down a total of 3.
Yeah, and Xbox really switching up the pace over here. Like, they were going in for a frontal assault towards the A side, but they also have like a late mid presence working, right? And this makes it so difficult for DGen Legends to preemptively rotate or position their players or stack any of these areas. So, this is rough. Xbox Gaming just taking over, leaving absolutely nothing to chance. This time they didn't even need the looks. They just had someone to trade Alex JJ out over there. One guy peeking out of double doors, the other guy swinging right from middle bridge area, and that's Alex JJ down. The moment he hits the floor, everyone else on Team Xborg can do whatever they want.
And I feel that's very respectful of Xborg, right? There are some teams where you watch where they know they're ahead and they get just stupid silly, right? Not just like rush stupid silly. It's like they're trying to knife everyone, or they're trying to like sneak up and do some weird stuff. This is Xborg, I think, giving a lot of credit over to DGen Legends and playing at full force, right? There is not a moment to lose in between any of the actions. Even when Xborg have players up, they're constantly on watch, right? Crossfire setups and everything of the sort. They are ensuring success no matter what. You can see the double molly here, making sure to fully flush out Seer, grants them an opportunity without ever getting close. They could have taken a 1-for-1. He could have tried to style on him, but they don't. They ensure that they are putting themselves in advantageous situations that have now put them in solid control over the site.
Yeah, and I love that Alex JJ is not really playing those one-and-done positions anymore, staying in places where he can get traded and staying alive for a lot longer. And just by virtue of doing that, he significantly increases the chances of his team clutching out the round. Nice flash, but he can't really get a peek off of it. And because Alex JJ is still alive, even Xborg are playing slightly more cautiously. They're not going for their typical post-plant lurks. They're not actually pushing out. They're just holding their crossfires. You've got a couple players on Fountain, the other one's on main, and that's Alex JJ down. Now they can afford to double peek and everything. But with T-Pro just holding his own, trying to stay alive near heaven, they will just swing out and get that AWP out of his hands.
No worries whatsoever. Just go ahead and take it. You are now down to the last round of the half. I mean, by the way, I want to point this out. Critic in game number 1 that we watched of the semifinals, Critic was a monster, right? Critic's doing it again. at 11 rounds already has a 2.0 KD and is just chilling. I think it's even higher, right? Because you only died 4 times. That's way higher, right? Like, are you
Yeah.
kidding me, bro? Get out of here.
And it's not like he's solo carrying his team, right? Sure, he's got way more frags than anyone else on this team, but it's not like he has to lift all this weight by himself. The other ones, they can pull up whenever it is required.
Major kills going through. Difficulties right now. Export dropped down to a 3v2. Taco Police and C are very healthy. So, a couple taps, a good transfer would work wonders. However, this position is not the actual plant. Instead, it is a draw. It is an absolute bamboozling export. Get the plant down on the other site. And now it's a pinch. Take a look at Lex. Lex is just chilling. Lex knows that you can catch the back end of DGen Legends if they're not careful. 3, 2, 1. You see the bodies. Quit taps. Taco Police is down. And it's all on one. Lex finishes it off. Export at 10 to try and finish up this game.
Yeah, they just want to maintain this trend where they only offer 2 rounds to their opponents. That's what they've done
Right.
so far. They only relinquished 2 rounds in their quarterfinals and semifinals matches. They want to keep up that legacy in the finals too. But in order to do that, they must win the pistol.
I think they can do it. I think that they can do it. It's not unheard of course. Right
Yeah.
now, Export just chilling, right? You can see it there. It's a 3-2 split. Very, very simple. DGen Legends hard stacking as 5, setting out a lurk position and saying, hey, go ahead and check Canal. Go ahead and give us that right information if you don't mind. But of course, it's not fully Canal. It's inside of that palace side. And now we go ahead and flank to the outside. That is going to be Alex JJ to meet the first opponent.
I'm surprised that DGen Legends are actually playing it slowly on Anubis as well. I understand that they don't want to play fast on Inferno because you can get naded out very early on, but they keep up the space on Anubis too, and it actually works for them. That nade was so pog. I did not think that Mickey would be pre-naded over there. I don't think he expected it too, but Morphan already trying to flank them from water. Now, this is going to put some pressure. It eliminates certain positions that DGen Legends can take towards that tail end of the round. Now that they've got the plant down, their crossfire is established in a way that lets them defend from street, but it doesn't account for multiple people flooding in from this bridge region and the water region.
It's going down to a 2v2 right now. Pistols are so alive of Vangs with the trigger discipline. So thank you very much. It's down to a 1v1 though. And look at the jukes. Look at the hold. Vangs loses out Lex. It took a couple bullets, but you made it work. You're going to die to the bomb, but it doesn't freaking matter. It feels good to get that dub. DGen Legends, though, take the round.
DGen Legends actually good executes over there. Like, the fact that they played it slowly towards B, sure, not the ideal way to play your pistol round on Anubis, but it works for them. But what really surprised me even more is that the nade landed square on Mickey's face. That's not the most common position where you would pre-nade. In fact, that isn't even a position where you will nade, right? You would smoke that area out and just try to go for the plant entirely, but nah. DGen Legends don't engage with any of that.
They're looking to just engage with their strengths, right? They got the guns this time. They're the ones in control. They want to win this out, and they want to carry at least 3 members over, right? You don't want to lose this. You don't want to win with 1 person alive. That is not acceptable. Right now, you need to win with 3. You need to carry over into the 3rd round because you can't afford to drop another behind.
Yeah.
If you do, Export are pretty much on game point. So we're watching this here. That's going to be a wander through, and I mean, I say that, but Morphan with the scout, making me sound silly for saying I gave up the scout right now. Great snipe, number 1.
And that is Alex JJ out of the server, severely hindering the firepower that DGen Legends bring to the table. Hey, at least the rest of them still have rifles, so they can fight back if they pick up their fights really well. Knocking on the doors of the A side, they're looking to flood in from this choke, but the scouts and the deagles are actually singing the songs of death. Morphan with yet another scout shot and a body connection. Doesn't get the kill that he wanted, but Seer is just bleeding internally, hemorrhaging away. It's all up to Taco Police. He's the only person who can convert this.
I think it can be done. Exporg quietly walking forward in a great flank, and it's a crossfire situation. You take out 2 at the same time, and Dijon Legends fall. In the round that they were slated to win, Exporg scrap and claw their way to the round.
And it all started with that crispy headshot with the scout. Had Alex J still been alive, I think this entire round would be very different. I think in a team like this, where Alex JJ knows how to really play the game well and the rest of his teammates are just struggling to keep up with him, in post-plan situations, he can just have his teammates establish the crossfires, kind of use them as bait, and then use the information that your teammates provide you to actually take favorable fights for yourself. Now, I know I sound like an idiot when I say you should bait your teammates. That's a very bad thing to do. Don't do it. Please don't take my advice, but I mean, DJ Legends don't really have any other options right now.
Mm-hmm. You gotta do what you gotta do. Like, you're not able to take the 70-30 fights, right? You're not getting those 70-30s. What you're getting is a 50-50 that you can gently edge over to like a 55-45. That's how small it is. That's how slim it is. So I love the fact that you pointed it out, Chris, and it's happening once again. Exporg hard spraying, getting a great headshot, number 1. Looking for the others on the left side. Body is low, and now they just open up on the side. Look at the bloodbath that came out. The spray and pray madness from Exporg puts them on game point.
Just one round away from taking map number 1 for themselves. Now, I am curious as to what the second map is going to be. Clearly, Anubis isn't working for DGen Legends, but they were able to secure the win on Inferno, and if second map happens to be Inferno, then they might stand a better chance.
Maybe they can. However, only time will tell, right? They have to be good. They have to be good on Inferno. They need to be as clean as you wish, or even better than when they played against GG Chronicles. So, we're going to go ahead and see what they can do here. Exporg just having a blast, right? Like, their 4 members alive. They know they kind of got this good to go. We have gotten word as well. It's Mirage. Oh my lord, this is gonna be silly. DGen Legends, though, I mean, you're still fighting 3v4. You got weapons in hand, a couple AKs, but they're getting routed. Take a look at this. Take a look at where Alex JJ currently is. You are in between so many other members, and Alex JJ goes down.
He was just herding them like sheep. All of them lined up in one corner. He could have taken them all down had the timing been there, but he gets checked the moment the smoke fades away. And there goes the opportunity. DGen Legends now in no way, shape, or form able to recover any of this. And they go down swinging. DGen Legends have a valiant attempt. Great performance from Alex JJ, but it was just simply not enough against Exporg.
Exporg are too strong. I don't know what else to tell you. We can sit here and say whatever we want, but they are just individually good. And I love it because this also mixes stuff up into the Paladins DAO tournament, community tournaments. I love the fact when again, different orgs had different strengths. You know how strong they are, and this is one of those that just highlights Exporg, right? They look great. They look like so much fun. And then you get to see them kind of, I almost want to say flub their way through other tournaments, right? You take a look and it's like, oh man, they're learning there too. So really like the fact that Exporg this time around get a chance to show their stuff.
Yeah, they're already 1 map up. The next map is going to be Mirage. And even though DGen Legends are slightly comfortable on Mirage, at least more so than Anubis, it also happens to be a pretty strong map for their opponents as well. So since everyone's comfortable on this map, I think we will have a much closer competition. But Xbox still very clearly have the upper hand over here.
I'm a little bit worried, but of course we're gonna hop right into it and let's get going. The players were vamped. The players were more than excited to basically jump in as quickly as possible. You can go ahead, see it here. Exporg will go ahead and be on that T side once again, and we know what they can do, right? On their T side, they look controlling. They look dominating. They know how to take advantage of an opponent. And DGen Legends last time, it took them a while to acclimate, right? It took them a little bit to acclimate to the opponent. I'm kind of scared here. We are seeing the 3-2 split. Exporg are going to test the waters here on 8 first. 1 palace, 2 inside of the alcove, and then 1 far back to wait for any other opportunities. They send 1 fader into that mid to control, but so far Exporg ready to launch their attack. Out they go. A quick peek. Nothing really seen over there. No kills. No first right away.
I love the position where Alex JJ is playing. He's like just jiggling between the firebox and the ninja position. So if he actually goes unchecked over here, there's a chance he gets a multi-kill. But Xborg, they pull away from this entirely. They make their presence known to its palace and A main, and then they're hitting the B side. In fact, I can't even say that they're hitting B just yet because they're actually making their presence towards mid first. And this will result in the demise of T-Pro. Vangs is just hoping to catch timing over here as he tries to stay undetected for as long as possible and eventually gets double peaked. Alex J has quite a lot on his plate. Multiple opponents staring him down, and while he is the last one alive, the chance of him pulling off a 1v5, it is not high at all.
All right, don't count Alex JJ out like that. Why are you doing that to the
I'm
one
not.
player that we watch get kills? Why are you doing it like? I mean, I would do it too, right? Like we're looking at Xborg. I'm so sorry. 1v5, very difficult to pull up. Not a single player falls as Xborg look more in their element than ever before.
Yeah, and hey, at least there's one key takeaway from this, right? Xborg are respecting Alex JJ. The moment they figured out that he's the one on A side, they pull back instantly, leave nothing to chance.
Right.
They don't even put all their eggs in one basket, right? I mean, so far in almost every Mirage game, we've seen A rushes, B rushes, and pistol rounds. Xborg don't do that. They slow creep up towards A palace, then they slow creep up towards B apartments and mid at the same time. So they're spreading their members all across the map, gathering more information. And I might be wrong when I say this, but I think they're actively trying to sniff out where Alex JJ is, and they try to avoid him like the plague.
Oh man, look at that! I've never seen a ragdoll like that. By the way, that was great. Right now,
Yeah, that was
Xborg
silly.
rushing into a side. Side note, I love the fact that we have ragdoll in this. It's so much fun. It's so silly to me. This is a round though that Xborg should not lose. If they do, I'd be surprised. They have the guns in hand, and they pretty much already have the bomb down, right? Like there's nothing for them to worry about here. Once again, perfection from Xborg. 0 deaths for the squad.
Exactly, right? And they knew the dangers of this one. Every single one of them purchased an AK. Most people in the second round would go for either SMGs or some pistols or whatnot. You will only have like 1 or 2 guys purchase AKs on your team because if your opponents get their hands on it, it's going to be a disaster. But every single one on the Xborg team picks up an AK because they're just so damn confident in their ability to turn these duels around. I mean, look at the smokes, right? It's the standard Mirage smokes, but to DGen Legends, this seems like an impenetrable wall. Alex J finds the timing through the smoke. He does get one, and even Vanks follows up with another one. So this actually is a doable run for DGen Legends. It's a 3v3, but Vanks has a massive responsibility over here. This smoke is gonna go down in about 5 to 10 seconds, and he has to find the player on the other side of it. But no, Xborg aren't waiting for this smoke to fade away.
Oh
They
my
make their presence known
gosh.
to its ticket booth. They push in towards one of these avenues. And by doing so, they won't have to fend off the push from CT and connector at the same time. Oh, no.
Oh my gosh. Every time we think DGen Legends have a lead, Xborg is like, it's not actually a lead. Right? Like, they're just like, you don't actually know what a lead is. Even if we're down 1v2 or 2v4, we're like, no. There is no lead for the opponent. As long as one of us is currently alive, we count for 4 of the opponent. And the worst part, right? The worst part I feel is that it's not overconfidence. It's not ego talking. It's just the truth. And I can appreciate the truth. Another meet and greet by Alex JJ in the lower tons realizes that, hey, I'm on the wrong side of the map. You don't have guns in hand. Xborg running this the middle of the map. Oh, with the frag out to Critic with the nade.
T-Pro does get 1 kill by spamming his deagle. Not the best way to use that pistol, but hey, as long as it gets you a kill, that's nice, right? And now they're just trying to find out where the last player is. They hunt down Seer. He loses a little bit of his HP, but then goes to repeat Critic. And that results in his demise. Not the cleanest run for Xbox, but they continue to win again and again and again. And it just seems like an unending story. I probably sound like a broken record when I say this.
You and I both. Like it's not even a fully broken record. We just worn down the record until there's nothing left, right? We played it time and time and time again. That's not breaking it. That's just overuse. Right now, Export, for the first time, I feel, are spreading out in a little bit more of a default. So far, it has been chases into sites pretty quickly. Instead, perfect frag outs. Again, Alex JJ eats a frag as well as a molly and gets dropped down to 40. Because of that reaction, they are going to sprint in Export saying, we have control. And I mean, they really do, except for that moment. Taco Police and Alex JJ have a couple responses. Great re-engage and great ability to read this quickness coming out of Export.
Exactly, they figured out where Xbox members would be, and the moment that smoke's about to fade, he peers from the top of it. There's only a tiny pixel of his head available, but he makes full use of it. Alex JJ has gone down, though. At least in the process of doing so, he identifies where the remaining Xbox members are. And Ranks should be able to hear them climb back underpass. But, no, wait, I think DGen Legends aren't reading this correctly. They're still marking the mid-region and the murder hole. They think that Xborg are actually still on mid and that they might have climbed up the window room in order to get there. But if Vang's jump spots over here, then he should be able to find out the truth.
But you didn't. All you're waiting for is footsteps. You do hear 2 sets, and you're able to find one. Can you find the other? No, you can't. Lex is down to 1v1, or 1v2. Seer and Taco Police are still alive. 25 seconds. There's plenty of time to work. Nate goes out, doesn't find the right corner. Seer wandering around, hoping to not get spotted on their own. You don't want to 1v1 fights. Actually, you just did. Seer, what can you do? Looking left, looking right. You hear the plant go down, and you're drawn out for this fight. You didn't spot anyone. Are you kidding me? What well-timed play from Lex. Lex checking left. Can't get right. And it's going to be Seer to put the first round on the board for DGen Legends.
DGen Legends really stepping up in this round. Excellent mid-fights, both by Taco Police and Alex JJ, to just turn the tides of that round and give DGen Legends some breathing room. And even though I felt for a second DGen Legends did not have the correct read, they still assumed that Xbox were hanging out towards the middle or the window room area, they quickly repositioned themselves and successfully got that retake underway.
So amazing. Now they just need to do that about 11 more times, right? Like, let's keep it rolling. Let's get those small window wins. Oh my God, Crips, they did it. Take a look at the weapon in hand. They got your favorite gun, buddy.
Hey, that's not my favorite gun. I mean, okay, fine. I dug myself into that hole. I'm not going to try to climb out of it. I just said that it's
coming in here.
I just said that it's a little unfair how the shotgun feels like a sniper because of the increased range, but right now that shotgun won't be seeing any action. Wangs isn't anywhere close to this area, and I don't think it's the best weapon to play a retake with. They planted the bomb. They have decent enough crossfires. I wouldn't exactly call this a crossfire, but then they don't need the crossfires to actually take down DGen Legends that way. Big Boy just holding this position by himself and actually over-peaking just shows you how confident they are. But this barrage of nades landing directly underneath DGen Legends' feet chip away at most of their HP before they even see their opponents.
And I think that's the fundamental difference here, right?
Yeah.
A lot of teams that we have watched throughout this day play with util like it's its own separate entity. Like, you use it and then does it work? Maybe. I don't know, right? It's if an opportunity arises, sure, we'll play off of util, but it's not, a necessity, or it's not the ability to really do anything right away.
True.
Xborg make it a part of their actual gameplay, right? Whenever they use it, it feels in conjunction with their aggression, with their own overall gameplay. We're even seeing it here, right? The top side flashes as well as those smokes. They're rushing in alongside it. They're not even sure if it's going to land, and they still play it out. That nade again from Mickey. They weren't even sure it was going to explode. They just knew that it was going to land in the spot that they wanted, flush out the corner, and they were going to follow up on the kill. The frag nade, or the frag kill, which is an added bonus. It's so crazy. And I love this difference in identity for both of these teams. It just shows, like, if you're DGen Legends, if you're a squad playing here, what you could look to practice to become.
Exactly, right? There's a certain sense of congruency in every move that Xbox makes. All their utility is thrown with intent. The way they follow up behind that utility is an added bonus. So Xbox is just really familiar with the game, and all five of their players are familiar with the game, right? It's not like they need one particular player to carry them. I mean, even Alex JJ, even though he was making like a massive amount of difference in every single match so far, and he basically carried his team to victory and carried them into the finals, he is not able to use his teammates that well to set himself up for success. Xbox, on the other hand, I mean, every time one of their players throws a flash, the other one's ready to swing on the back of it. Alex J, leading by example. Great shot. Almost got the second one as well. Dinks critic, but that's all that he can do. And honestly, that's enough for Xbox. As long as they get the kill onto Alex JJ, they can basically take over the round.
Critic has also done more with less, I think. I think we saw Critic at one point do like a 5 HP run or something. We're just like, why? Why is this allowed? Did you get the invincibility shield afterwards? But you do get the kill. This time Critic does go down. Great frag coming out of the likes of Vangs. But the burn is still there. Taco Police and T-Pro have to run away from Market. They're not going to have a good stance here. The bomb is already down, and with both of them currently corralled in, it's a dangerous spot. There's a single lurker on the far side. Vangs is trying to work their way around, but in apps, you're about to be spotted. The little jiggle piece has spotted them out. And is identified. There's the rush. There's going to be the kill. And now all hands on Market. Crossfire works wonders. 7 rounds to Xborg.
I kind of feel like if Vangs waited just a little bit longer, he would have been able to get Taco Police into better position, because the moment he peaked, both the guys on Vans and Bench were looking towards him. And if at that moment Taco Police swings out of Market, he can catch at least one of them off guard. So it just all comes down to timing and how well you coordinate with each other. Xbox don't really need all that coordination because all of them are just mechanically gifted that way. But for Degen Legends, it is imperative to get that coordination, because otherwise they won't be able to match up against Xbox, not with the amount of firepower that they currently harbor.
It's just you're up a rough creek without a paddle. It feels like you had a paddle and then it gets broken every so often.
And there's a hole in your boat. It's sinking.
No, don't do that to them. No, that feels so bad, but it's true. I hate saying it. It's true. They are losing ground fast. The waters are rapidly closing in here, and the only way to deny is to patch out that boat so quickly. The best way to do that, play quick, play smart, play with confidence if you can, even against the face of a Goliath. Xborg, though, playing like they are the Giants, which they are, a shoddy in hand for T-Pro in the spot side. I don't know if it's really going to work. You tried your best, but the AK rings true.
AK indeed rings true. The hole gets bigger, water floods in, and before you know it, there's going to be sharks circling you. Alex JJ is indeed alive. He can make a difference, and that's what happens when you overextend. Big boy. I don't blame him for overextending, because, I mean, his teammates can finish the job without him as well, and he really wants to make sure that Alex JJ doesn't carry this weapon forward, make sure he doesn't save it. But now he's starting to come to terms with the Herculean task that he has ahead of him, right? Really starting to get how difficult it is, so he falls back. And rightfully so, he will save this weapon.
It's something that that there are some players that are just like, why would you save, right? It doesn't feel good. But in these scenarios,
you don't have a choice.
In the ping pong economy as well, you really do need to hang on to every economical fortune that is handed your way, right? It's not big. Don't get me wrong. It doesn't feel great. But it's the little things. Those little additions add up in the grand scheme of things, right? You save like 1,200 here. That 1,200 could come back to save you in the future round, right? There's so many little things about this. So I really do appreciate Alex JJ saying, I'm going to save. I'm going to try and maintain our advantage. For right now, though, Big Boy not allowing that. Morphin finds Alex JJ right off the rip.
Oh, no. Vangs is in trouble. He can't get to safety. Oh, I love the approach from Degen Legends this round. They actually tried something innovative and tried to crunch mid. It just did not work out. I mean, T-Pro, not T-Pro. Was it T-Pro or was it Seer? I keep forgetting. Short-term memory loss, pardon me. T-Pro landed a dink. Even Alex JJ had the perfect flash set up for him, but he wasn't able to capitalize on it. And the moment both of those players went down, Vangs was in deep trouble. His position on underpass was hinging on the fact that his other teammates stay alive and fish him out of that situation. But They just couldn't do it.
Right
But
now.
hey, I'm still glad that DGen Legends are at least trying all of these new things, even in the face of certain defeat.
Yeah, that actually marks, I would say, the status of a great team, right?
Yeah.
Trying new things all the time is great. You have to shake up your patterns. When an opponent can read you like a book, you've already lost. It doesn't matter how close the game is. Once you're read, you're done. So the fact that you are pulling out new pages, you're trying to write a different script to the story, shows me that you still got heart, and I really, really like that. And I would expect, honestly, if we see another Counter-Strike tournament, a Counter-Strike 2 tournament, I'd love to see the same DGen Legends squad. Like, I would love to see them come out, play again, and see how well they do, and if it's an improvement, right? Maybe
Exactly.
against Xborg, instead of losing game number 1 in a 13-3, maybe we see a 13-7, a 13-8, getting closer and closer towards that mark.
Exactly. And the fact that they can still try all of these things, even though it seems like that they will lose it inevitably, it shows that they have the bravado. They have the fighting spirit to keep things going, even if things look bleak. So I really appreciate that about DGen Legends. Seer with the P90. In a decent enough position where he can make an impact, but he sprayed almost all of his bullets into the wall, and the moment he goes in for the reload, Big Boy conveniently walks out and kills him.
It's I don't think that corner is unfortunately wall bangable, right? It just doesn't work that way. It is gonna be the 11-1, a single pistol round would net Xborg the win here because it would give them the gun advantage. So DGen Legends have one more chance, technically 2 more chances, but one that I think holds a lot of weight.
To be fair, one of the rounds which they managed to win was a round where they did not really have a lot of weaponry. So it sounds silly, but DGen Legends actually perform better when they are on ecos and when they don't have weaponry, you know? I know that sounds so silly, but it's the truth. Let's see if they can make this truth actually have some weight to it.
They're gonna walk forward. Already losing one means that Xborg are more than ready for it, but take a look at this. It's a deep call here. You lost one in mid, and you're already saying, let's rotate our bomb over. Let's go ahead and try this catwalk code. Said it's going to be a massive unloading by Taco Police. Misses pretty much all the bullets. One more in chamber, has to run away, and gets killed for their transgressions.
Yeah, but at least with this, he's managed to get the kill onto window. Unfortunately, Big Boy conveniently steps up once again, and this time they will stop DGen Legends in their tracks. They had the opportunity to scale up towards window room and then potentially explore their possibilities from there. But no. Instead, they choose to go via connector, get Vangs into the murder hole, and he gets the kill onto Lex. With this thing, they should be able to cut off all their rotations. Both the players of Xborg are now separated. They have to play their individual lives, and I think this is the best chance that DGen Legends have had in a very long time. But they don't clear out Mickey, and he's creeping up. He gets the kill onto Vangs. The plant goes... No, it doesn't go down, actually. And Alex J has a massive task on his shoulders. He's lost most of his HP in the process, and now it's him versus Critic. If there's any player you want in this situation, it is him.
At the same time, you're in this situation with Xborg. It's Critic, right? On both ends, the big carries. And it's this time Critic to find the moment. There are just too many angles to look for. DGen Legends are legends for fighting that hard in the pistol. But at the end of the day, it is going to be Xborg to be on series point. A single round will be the end. DGen Legends, if there's ever a time to step up, it is right now.
In the face of certain defeat, they carry on. Their willpower as they cross this passage that preys upon the weak is heroic, to say the least. Xborg, on the other hand, by virtue of being familiar with the game and having all 5 of their players be mechanically gifted, will make this an easy win for themselves as they now look to end things quickly. Scaling up mid, getting all the kills they require, leaving only Taco Police and T-Pro to deal with it all. But in the face of so many CTs pushing up mid, they have no choice but to scale back and somehow find their way into the B apartments.
Man. They're going to be looking on their backside, always checking the corners. But take a look at this. Xborg already have a solid idea of where they are. They've already cleared out mid. They cleared out along the backside of spawn, and they know this is the last option that DGen Legends have. You see the gun barrel. You see the body peek out. That's one kill. That's going to be the second. It is Lex, the evil villain of Superman, to say, I will shut down this game. DGen Legends are defeated as Xborg take the finals.
Xborg are your champions of Paladins Community Cup. They did everything perfectly, defeating almost all of their enemies. Not even almost, they defeated every single opponent with a devastating scoreline. Yes, they did let DGen Legends overstep their boundaries a little in Anubis by giving away 3 rounds, one more than they did before, but they make up for it by defeating them 13-1 in Mirage. And even though Xborg are your winners, I still have to tip my theoretical hat, if I was wearing one, to Alex J for putting up such a great fight.
It was fantastic. I mean, DGen Legends, we hope to see you again here in these community tournaments and maybe across different games as well. We see what your specialty is and see how well it fights out. Made it to the grand finals, but Xborg take the cake. Again, we're going to have an interview with one of the members of Xborg to get a little bit of insider information. But before we do, another huge shout out to everyone that made this event possible. The title sponsors here, Cetify, GG Chronicles, as well as Games.gg, but also others that helped out as well. AI Arena, Pixelmon, MAYG, Unity, Team DAO, She Mafia, as well as Krakatoa and Shrapnel, and then to our partners, Smoke, Magic EDN, Hologram, Rev.gg, as well as Jackpot. Thank you to everyone that has made this a possibility. We are going to go to a very short break. Make sure we get ready because we want to hear what Xborg thought of this tournament and think and hear what their thoughts were of those finals. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
GM, it's your tournament guide, Chenglu again, here to share a message from our sponsor, Cetify. Having launched more than 70 projects, Cetify is a leading incubator and launchpad for Web3 gaming initiatives, with the highest ROI among all the launchpads in 2023. S-Fund token holders gain early access to quality hottest Web3 games at the lowest price, before they become available to the broader audience. Since gaming is getting huge traction in crypto, this could be massive. On top of this, for greater peace of mind, they also have a refund mechanism to protect investors. You can buy S-Fund token on BNB, ETH, and ARB chains. To celebrate their recent launch on ETH and ARB networks, they've set up juicy rewards for early LP providers as well. Thanks to Cetify for being our title sponsors in this tournament. Hope you're enjoying the show so far. We have an exciting announcement that the raffles will be opening up on the website soon. If you hold a tournament pass, then you can go to the website and you can enter for some exciting prizes. The link will be provided in Discord. GM, it's your tournament guide, Chang.
And welcome back, everyone. We are here with the finale, the ending, and the breakdown of this amazing day of gaming. Counter-Strike 2 completed, and we do have our winners here through an entire bracket. They have fought tooth and nail to make it. Across these numbers, they are the winners here. It is 19 points to Xborg after coming back in a ridiculous fashion. By the way, they were not near the top at the beginning. In fact, they were sitting a little bit lower at 9, and we thought Ronin were going to come out with some fire. No, Sport crushed it. 10 points to them, 19-3 over GG Chronicles.
Exactly. Xbox, they narrowly missed the cake yesterday. They played really well, but they weren't able to get the last dub that they required to get that coveted 10-point award yesterday. But they more than made up for it with their dominant performance today. And the way that they were able to win just really shows how powerful they are. Almost all of their enemies were completely decimated by single-digit scorelines, and nobody seemed to be able to put up a fight against them. That's how dominant they were today in CS2.
And of course, looking down the line, because we do have prizes for first, second, third, and fourth, you can see in the third and fourth position that Ronin actually came out at third with DGen Legends. Even though they made it to those finals, they were not able to win, so they were not able to secure more points. Ronin actually take third due to actual head-to-head tiebreakers, beating them in TMA. So this is also the other side of it. Same with Visions and Snack Club. Visions were ahead due to match differential tiebreakers in TMA. So congratulations to the teams there. It was a very, very narrow fight for those final spots.
Absolutely close games, at least in TMA.
Yeah, it's so good. And taking a look here, though, because the winners are here, we get the amazing side of Xborg, and we're gonna get to talk to one of the members of Xborg. We have the coach, the head, the representative here tonight. It is going to be Lex. Lex, how you doing?
Yo, what's up, guys? Thanks for having me.
Of course. So,
Yeah.
starting off, at least, how are you feeling after that match? It seemed like you guys had a good time, but overall, how'd you feel playing over these last 2 days?
Oh, so starting with the Machines Arena, we all came in not really knowing what to expect. We downloaded the game like a few hours before the tournament. We weren't able to get scrims with anyone, and we just went with the flow. We tried some characters out, and we basically practiced throughout the tournament, and it felt good. I think we performed really well, especially for having to play on Asia servers.
So you had a ping disadvantage, you weren't familiar with the game entirely, and yet you made it a very, very close affair for anyone who faced you. I mean, even with the fact that you weren't able to win yesterday, you were still able to get 9 points out of it, and I think that's insane.
Well, with the lack of the seeding and bracket as well, allowing us to prac more, like I said, yeah. I mean, even against Ronin, I felt like, especially on NA servers, I felt like we had a huge chance to win, but we just couldn't stay as consistent as possible. We're not used to playing on Asia either, but I think Team Ronin also played super well, and it was a great match, great series for sure.
So Ronin did give you a tough run for your money yesterday, but speaking of all the matches today in CS2, which team do you think was the strongest one that you faced?
Oh, Digital Legends for sure. I mean, there's a reason they got to the finals.
Okay, and it was mostly because of Alex JJ, right? Were you guys trying to avoid him or like trying to specifically sniff out where he
no,
is?
we're playing like normal. So the way we played against everyone, that's how we're playing. There were some call-outs where he is, of course, and a bit of analyzing. For example, if we would play connector, we would play around that from time to time, but not particularly. And yes, Alex JJ did carry his team for sure.
Nice. And what would you say was the most difficult thing for you guys to get into this CS2 arena? Like, of course, you guys play with each other quite often, so your coordination is on point, and that's quite palpable by the way you guys use your utility and everything. But if you were to say face any challenges today, what do you think the biggest challenge was?
The biggest challenge today? Well, it was probably on Anubis, since two of our players, including me, VM and Big Boy, we have never played on that map before. So definitely against Digital Legends on Anubis, we had a harder time getting the entries from time to time, but we have found a way around that quite quickly. And to go back on something that I said, when I said Alex JJ carried the team, I meant he performed very well. I believe his teammates are not familiar with as familiar with CS, and they were there for the Machines Arena and overall the content side. But I definitely think everyone played quite well, and I got surprised by how they played with such short playtime as well.
Definitely.
Of course, being able to step in and kind of fill those shoes, I think, is something that these community tournaments are really, really good at, right? Being able to bring in people that may not play these games specifically, like you guys with the Machine Arena, right? Getting to try it out, getting to have that opportunity. So for you, as well as some of your other teammates or friends there, Lex, do you foresee yourself also joining in on some of these future tournaments that maybe Paladins DAO, or even if we see other groups like Cetify, GG Chronicles, or Games.gg put on, are you going to be joining those as well?
Oh, for sure. I'm looking forward to it. Maybe Valorant, Bushi, to drop a few names.
Oh, there you go. There you go. I like it. All right. Well, thank you so much for the interview, Lex. It was great to see you, as well as congratulations to you and the rest of Xborg for taking the victory.
Thank you. Of course.
With that, of course, we are done here for the day. Crips, great day of games here with some Counter-Strike 2. I mean, any final thoughts before we close things out?
I absolutely enjoyed every single moment of casting this tournament. Thank you so much for Paladins DAO for bringing me over here and letting me experience the joy of this community tournament. I don't think I've ever felt so relaxed while casting a game as I felt today. So that really tells you that Paladins DAO is a wonderful, wonderful company, and they really are looking out for the community. They're rooting for the people, rooting for the players, and giving them opportunities to showcase all their talent. So big shout out to them and to every other sponsor for doing this. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things going on here, and again, just one final shout out down the line. Paladins DAO, of course, this is their community, and they are, of course, a blockchain-based esports organization themselves, looking to try and create a sustainable and dynamic NFT ecosystem, integrating into Web3 games, which can be seen as almost that future of gaming, creating opportunities to earn in their system Paladin points and participating in events and unlocking rewards. So if you are interested, you can go ahead and check them out. And the community, as you see, already being built up alongside them. Cetify, GG Chronicles, and Games.gg have been immensely amazing to help partner up and sponsor this event. But massive shout out to Cetify, right? Another group that is trying to lead the way within Incubator and Launchpad for Web3 projects focused on innovation, as well as working with technologies such as DeFi, AI, big data, as well as NFTs and Web3 gaming. So if you're interested in either of those as well, you can get in on Cetify Fund or S Fund to gain an advantage to early access of purchasing project tokens and enhancing your position within the Web3 landscape itself. Of course, if you're interested in even more of these groups and want to learn more about it, because I know sometimes it can be a little bit scary, please join the communities. Search out Paladins DAO on social media. Find a lot of these groups, follow their social media, get in contact with these people, learn more, and become involved yourself. With that, of course, it is the tournament over. My name is Ordo. With me has been Chris, and we have had as well our amazing producer walking us through this, Coveter, making sure we get to see all the action. Thank you so much to everyone for tuning in, and please have a fantastic night.
See you next time.
GM, it's your tournament guide, Changlu again, here to share a message from our sponsor, Seedify. Having launched more than 70 projects, Seedify is a leading incubator and launchpad for Web3 gaming initiatives, with the highest ROI among all the launchpads in 2023. S-Fund token holders gain early access to quality hottest Web3 games at the lowest price, before they become available to the broader audience. Since gaming is getting huge traction in crypto, this could be massive. On top of this, for greater peace of mind, they also have a refund mechanism to protect investors. You can buy S-Fund token on BNB, ETH, and ARB chains. To celebrate their recent launch on ETH and ARB networks, they've set up juicy rewards for early LP providers as well. Thanks to Seedify for being our title sponsors in this tournament. Hope you're enjoying the show so far. We have an exciting announcement that the raffles will be opening up on the website soon. If you hold a tournament pass, then you can go to the website and you can enter for some exciting prizes. The link will be provided in Discord.